Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We are continuing our video series examining TurretinFan's response concerning Revelation 16:5 by Nick Sayers, and this is part 28. And so we are stuck in the eternal vortex of TurretinFan responses, and so we've still got quite a lot of ground to go. This is part 20 of TurretinFan's response, and so I'll put the video up here. And I think what we'll just get straight into it, because we want to try and get through this hour of video. And like I've said, it's like the Inception. You do a response video, and usually 5 minutes can turn into 1 hour doing a response, because you have to explain yourself. But let's just continue through this, and we'll see how far we can go. And so, unfortunately, what's happened with this video is TurretinFan has the volume very low on my video that he's responding to, and that's fine. That's the way that he did his video. But on mine, you can't hardly hear what I'm saying or what TurretinFan's saying. And so what I've been having to do is just sort of put the volume from down there to up to here. And so just when that video is playing, so it can be quite annoying. Or if TurretinFan cuts in there, it can boom his voice through. So just letting you know that could happen. And so let's continue through this.
It's very low, to the point where if we had any other, just even on this one verse, not even looking at the other verses, on this verse, Beatus says that Sanctus is there. Osios is there in Greek. But does Nick follow that? The answer is no.
Why do I have to follow that? And this is what I've said all the way through. TurretinFan, what he's doing is he's avoiding the issue that we're talking about. And so if we were talking about John chapter 1, verse 18, where it says monogenes weos, and he wants to make out that it says monogenes theos, the only begotten God, which is a Gnostic heresy, I would deal with the words monogenes and theos, or monogenes and weos. The words surrounding that in Vaticanus Sinaiticus, whatever, yes, they're of interest, and yes, it's important to know what those words say as well, but it's a completely different topic. And so this is something that TurretinFan just constantly goes back to. He just has 15 little backup things where if you prove, okay, well, here's a future form, it's equivalent to a somenos here, he goes, well, what about the next word? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not really talking about the next word. Yeah, but the next word, you don't agree with that, do you? And it's like, okay, so you're starting a whole separate, different argument. You know what I mean? Like, well, the whole thing about having Hosios there, in my book, I say, yeah, some of them have the future form, and then they have Hosios. Some of them, just have the future form there. And so, but at the end of the day, that's like the whole thing about having Hosios there. He knows, he now knows my position because he's been going through my book. So he knows that I've clearly said that the Hosios there is to indicate that there's nomina sacra, that it's the expansion of the name of Jehovah there. And so he should know my response to that. But instead, he's just like, oh, it's got Hosios there. It's not the reading of Beezer. And it's like, all I'm saying is got the future form. And what he does then, because I'm saying, okay, it's got the future form, he's saying, no, well, it has to have 20 other elements. It has to have Lord there. Oh, it has to have the whole triadic declaration there. Oh, you have to admit holy there as well now. And you have to, he's got all these other elements that he wants to tag on to what I'm saying, because he just doesn't want to come out and directly say, yeah, it's got the reading of Esomenos there. And in James White's book, that's what he was saying. He's saying in the Ethiopic, it doesn't say Esomenos, and it does. But if you spin everything and you look at, what about the next word? What about 3 words earlier? What about, is it exactly the same word for word in the whole verse? And it's like, okay, if you're putting that criteria on it, I don't know where that came from, but it's like, sure, but what am I saying? What is my book saying? And so to me, these are red herring arguments.
Now, maybe Nick will say, well, I do follow it. I follow it by taking that as meaning that there's a nominus acra here. Okay, well, set that one to the side. What about the absence of dominus or domine here? Beatus omits domine or doesn't add domine here. Will Nick, you be willing to accept Beatus' testimony as being more reliable?
And so this is the problem. If we have a debate about this, I'll be like, well, Beatus of Libana has the future reading. And TurretinFan will go on about all this other stuff. Does it have the reading of this? Does it? What about this? And it's like, what have I said? It's got the future reading in it. I mean, what everything else that's there is not of importance because I haven't brought it up. And the thing is, I'm responding to James White, and he is focused on the future form of the reading. He's not focused on Lord. He's not focused really even on holy, even though it is substituted there. And in my book, I've clearly said that, why the holy is there. And so that is why it would appear in the manuscripts. Now, there's strong internal evidence to have Kurios. We don't have all the manuscripts that the reformers had. And it just amazes me that people think that we do. That we've got like the majority of Erasmus's manuscripts of Beza. Like this manuscript here, I would love for TurretinFan to tell me which textual guru, text critic was talking about the manuscript that Beza had at Revelation 16:5 4 years ago. No one. No, me and Jeffrey Koo were the only ones talking about it in like 2013. The manuscript that Beza had, and then I dropped the idea. I was like, I'm not really sure if that's accurate, and because I can't read Latin. And I actually dropped the idea, wrote my book, and then later on people were retranslating that. And I was like, it actually does say that Beza had a manuscript. And so the thing is, TurretinFan's like, well, this manuscript, we don't have it today, so it mustn't be, true. And, and so it just makes a few anecdotes about Beza, being a Joe Biden sort of guy. Forgetting where he is and forgetting what he's used. And, he was surrounded by manuscripts, so he probably just tricked himself, just another anecdote. But it's just amazing that here it is in plain sight in pieces 1582, 1588, 89, 1596, and Tationis, 1598. In all of his editions since 1582, it's talked about he had an ancient manuscript. And no one's picked this up. It's taken your Jeff Riddle from Middle America, just a pastor, smart guy, but it's like, where are these text critics who are chasing down manuscripts and all the rest of it? Why aren't they talking about this? They're not. They have no interest in Beza. They have no interest in the Reformation. They are following the Westcott and Hort text. They're following pretty much history begins with Westcott and Hort. You sort of throw everything out before that and just see it as just sort of redundant, as secondary, as flawed. Because the reformers failed. They produced this text. It was okay. It's enough to get a few cardinal doctrines happening, but we've got the real oil now. We've got Unitarians who worked on the text with Westcott and Hort. We've got Carlo Martini, the Roman Catholic cardinal, working on the text with Bruce Metzger, who trained Bart Ehrman, great guy. And, all these other, strange and weird and wonderful characters. Now we've got the real Bible, Anyway.
Then all those the Greek manuscripts that have Lord here, which is like 2 or 3, I think Nick has alleged. I could be wrong about the exact number.
So he's saying, okay, well, 2 or 3 or alleged manuscripts, whatever. And it's like, the text critics of today haven't known about this manuscript of Theodore Beza for, I've said like 200, it could even stretch to 300 years. People have, like, a few people here and there, a smattering of people have said, oh, Beza said he had a manuscript, but they're actually saying he probably didn't. This is way back, talking about Griesbach, Wettstein. And so just say 200 years, the last 200 years. So you're saying that I need to today have in my hand manuscripts that say Lord at Revelation 16:5. Okay. Even though that's not my main argument at all, but it's like, okay, well, that's fine. He's bringing it up. But they haven't even acknowledged that Beza said that he had a manuscript. And even James White in his book quotes that section and says that he's saying that he had a conjectural emendation and he didn't have a manuscript, which is usually the consensus. Most people have believed that. So it's the exact opposite of what James White's saying. People have not read Beza properly. People have misrepresented Beza for the last 200 years. And we don't know what this manuscript is, to the point where, TurretinFan's sort of saying, well, I doubt it exists. It's like, just straight away, I doubt it exists. So, okay. But now I've got to produce, today, manuscripts that have the reading of Lord in it. When clearly all the way through, I've been pointing out the loss of manuscripts where readings drop out. But TurretinFan's a critical text guy. So this is what amazes me. There's only a handful of places in the Textus Receptus where there are minority readings. And usually it comes down to this type of thing, where there's strong internal evidence, or where there is solecism in the critical text, and people can easily see that. It's like, well, something's wrong here. And the more you investigate it, the more you look at it, you might find a manuscript with a different reading, and you're like, that's what it has, So at the end of the day, to understand that this is a nomina sacra, to understand that this is the holy name of God, to understand that it's explaining the etymology of Jehovah. You should, have a certain structure and a certain pattern to that etymology, not just whatever you want, not just, it's holy, just like to understand those things. That puts this verse into a certain category. And the thing is, if you do a basic class on textual criticism, one of the first things I'll bring up is homoioteiton, where you have similar endings. And so we find that every day. We read a book and we're reading along and we skip a line because there is a similar ending on the next line. And so we might skip an entire line. And so that happened with scribes. And we, anyone who knows their stuff, they know about this. Architeiton, the similar endings, similar beginnings. These are all part of parablepsis, where people, their eyes are going over something, but it's skipped, or they've repeated a line or something like that. So when that's seen in a manuscript, people know to correct it. Okay. And so it's not like you would go, where's the manuscript evidence for it? And so, well, it's obviously an error. And so when you spot homoioteiton, architeiton, when you can recognize those type of trends, you can amend the text accordingly. So this is what they teach. I'm not saying this is my idea. This is sort of like universal text criticism 101, the ABCs of text criticism. But when you actually do it in real time, like in the book of Revelation, and we're talking about, people like Theodore Beza, people like Erasmus, knowing the texts, knowing the languages fluently. They're reading through and they're like, hang on, that's a strange construction. What's going on there? And they've read over it and over it. They've asked lots of people about it. They're looking at commentaries. They're thinking about these type of things. And they're like, well, it's a solecism there. Like, Theodore Beza's pointing out there's a solecism. In the last video, we saw TurretinFan's saying, well, I don't believe there's a solecism there. And it's like, oh, okay, we're going that route, are we? just pretending it's not even there. And what I'm saying is that this is because of the presupposition that TurretinFan has to his position of the tenacity of the text, that he believes that you've got to have the manuscripts with you today in manuscript form, and that's the only readings you can choose from. So just say, tomorrow, war broke out in the Middle East, and they bombed the Vatican, they bombed Germany, England, a whole bunch of places, and all the museums with all these manuscripts got ruined, and someone hacked the internet, and CSNTM, all the manuscripts got deleted from their hard drives, and that we couldn't retrieve them. And half of the manuscripts were just gone. What would he go with then? Where does it say we have to have the manuscript? So this is the problem. Jesus said he preserved his words. With what say even the Textual Confidence Collective of Mark Ward, Timothy Berg, Peter Montoro, and Elijah Hixson, they were all in agreement that God isn't so much preserving his words, but he's preserving the manuscripts and doctrine. Okay, so this is what the critical text guys believe, that God is preserving the manuscripts. So this is what part of why CSNTM is there. They're preserving the word of God, and that's preservation. It's like to me, like even when you look at the Textus Receptus, when you look at the Hebrew, if they have that accurately in another language, it becomes the word of God in that language, because Jesus clearly said, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to all nations, teaching them to observe all things." So that means everything is available to people of all nations. If you translate the words correctly, they can have those words in their language. And that's what we see with something like the King James. We can go, okay, it's in English. We've got all the words there. We don't need to really go outside of that. We've got all the words, as long as they're defined correctly and we understand, the correct and true meaning of those words, we can run with them, and we can understand all things that Jesus taught. And Jesus said, people will be judged by his words. How can they be judged by his words if we don't have the words? So we have the words of God today. And the thing is, I know that the Westminster Confession of Faith forces a lot of people to go, well, it's we have to have them in the Greek language, say the Textus Receptus. But the problem is the Textus Receptus wasn't matching up with the King James for 250 years, till Scrivener came along and did his edition of Beza with a few emendations matching up with what the King James has. So for someone with the Westminster Confession of Faith, the confessional bibliology guys, like, I understand their position. I've been hanging around those guys for quite a long time, so I listen to all their arguments. And some, vast majority of arguments we would be in complete agreement with. But on this issue, I'm like, well, where was the word of God in 1650 in Greek? The exact word of God in Greek. And it's like, oh, well, it was in Beza and Stephanus and this, and it's like, but they all agree with the King James readings, okay? Because later on they agree with Scrivener. And so to me, it's just the words are still there, but they're just in English. It's to me, it's not that far out of the realms of possibility for a language addition to contain the words of God. Now, I'm all for going back to the original Greek and Hebrew. I'm not against those things. But as far as having a complete and whole entire text and pointing to where it is, I can do that with the King James. When I look at Beza's, even his 1598, I look at it and go, yes, if I was to translate that all into English, I would have something very close to the King James, but not exact. The same as the Masoretic text, because the King James, they compiled their own Greek and Hebrew text, but they didn't do a parallel text with it. Had they done a parallel interlinear Bible like Bible Hub has or whatever, there would be no King James only movement. There would be no Textus Receptus only movement. There would just be people who follow both. Because the English and the Greek are synonymous, and you can look at an English text and know what the Greek underlying Greek is. Scrivener did that, in certain places. Now I know Scrivener, he made a few mistakes, but I think Scrivener made those mistakes because his scholarship wasn't as good as people think it is. Scrivener made lots of mistakes because he was against the Textus Receptus. He was against the King James version. Now, there were he didn't want to, cut off the head of the goose that lays the golden eggs. Now he knows that the King James is a beautiful book, and it's got readings in it, Pericope Adulterae, last 12 verses of Mark, and all that sort of stuff. So he might have raised his hand at a few meetings and said, I don't agree with this and that, with Westcott and Hort and the other Unitarians who he was hanging around. But apart from that, in his books, he was clearly undercutting readings in the Textus Receptus for many, many years. And I just see him as a Bible corrector, in a sense of putting him in the category of Westcott and Hort. To me, he's just a Westcott and Hort who Westcott and Hort light. And so he produced a Textus Receptus, not so much that we could have a Textus Receptus that we can all enjoy and run with and go, wow, we've got the whole Greek text now that the King James guys did. What they did that for was so that they could show where they've changed the text. So they can say to scholars, look, this is our Greek, this is their Greek, instead of just doing that in English, where you can have a translational bias, especially the way that they were translating some things. It wasn't 100% as literal as something like the King James would be, where, the only type of dynamic wording would be in idioms and things like that. But anyway, let's continue.
But I think he said like 2 or 3 out of 300 ish have the word Lord inserted there. So the great majority of all the Greek witnesses don't have the word Lord there.
Extant witnesses. This is the problem. If there were, 1,000 manuscripts in Europe at the time of 1000 AD with the reading in it, how many of them would have survived till today? So this is the thing, that there's 4 manuscripts of Revelation 16:5 before the 10th century. So TurretinFan doesn't seem to, he's not getting the picture, I think, because he has not really gone down the text criticism rabbit hole and, listen tirelessly to lectures and on manuscripts and things like that. And because this is sort of, once you do that, you sort of realize that they're dealing with fragmentary evidence today. So you can't, but with his tenacity of the text concept, he's like, well, that has to be the reading because that's the only reading that we have. So that has to be the reading. And so that his presupposition is pushing his mind in a certain direction and giving him certain answers. And so he's not really just looking at the evidence and putting aside all his presuppositions and just going, well, yeah, it has the future form there. That's a good point. Well, it doesn't have Lord there, but that's, that doesn't change the fact that it's got a, future form there. Yeah, he's got this presupposition where he has to defend what he has with his tenacity of the text concept today. And so this is what the critical text methodology and also the majority text methodology is so flimsy. If someone just found 5 manuscripts with the word Lord on it, TurretinFan might even change his mind about the text. If they have a big fire in Mount Athos tomorrow and 500 manuscripts get ruined, and they weren't really sure what was on them, that could change, text criticism. That could change your Bible in the future because they're like, oh, what did that reading have? And they're not really sure. Or if they found 500 manuscripts, they dug a hole and there was another church there and they found all these manuscripts and it had a certain reading. That could push a whole bunch of these majority text readings or these minority readings into a majority text category. So their Bibles would have to change. So these guys are changing their Bible according to whatever they're finding in front of them. And so where we have a stable text, our text has been the same. And so we're not running around looking for new readings or trying to get rid of reading. We're like, okay, well, that's our text. It's stable because God promised that he would preserve his word. it's got to be preserved somewhere. I mean, in Revelation chapter 22, verse 18 and 19, it says, don't add or subtract from the word. Okay. Even if you just think that that's book of Revelation, I think it's, I mean, Moses, he said that in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 2 and 4. He said, don't add or take from the words of God. I think he's the first author of the Bible. John's the last author. I think it's very pertinent to say that that covers the whole entire Bible. But at the end of the day, when you look at that verse, it's inadvertently saying that there is going to be a Bible somewhere that people are going to recognize if you add or take away from it. People are going to know that. Because how can you commit the sin of Revelation 18 and 19 if you don't know what the Bible is? The Bible's like, it could be the majority text. It could be it says you're adding and taking words. Okay. Now, I know they put these pretty faces on, on Bible translation committees, and it's like, I'm the friendly guy, from the neighborhood, I'm a Bible translator, and, I'm the nice guy, and butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. I'd never lie. I'm translating for you. I'm a nice guy and all the rest of it. But what they're not saying is the adding and taking away from the word of God will take away your part from the book of life, which is a huge issue. It's massive. It's a huge sin. And so it's like having Benny Hinn, on the cover of a magazine, or Creflo Dollar, or Jesse Duplantis, all smiling away. But at the end of the day, their doctrine leads to hell. And so these nice majority text, critical text, their doctrine is causing people to add, subtract, to change the words of God, which the Bible clearly says don't do. And Revelation chapter 22 is very clear that if you do this, your part is taken from the book of life. So inadvertently, it's saying that we will know where the words of God are. How can you commit that sin if you don't know where the words of God are? And so if if you are an accountant and you've counted that there's 500 apples in that barrel, and there's 500, and so you do a count and there's 450, it's 50 missing, but how can you know if it's just a pile of apples and you're counting and you're like, well, there's 612 apples, but I don't know how many are supposed to be there in the first place. God's a good accountant. He keeps good books, or else you wouldn't put your faith in him to have your name in the book of life. How come he can keep that book, but he can't keep the Bible, his own words on earth? He said he'll preserve his words. So this is the thing. It's unbelief. People just don't believe that God can actually preserve his words. They believe that we have to get all these text critics involved and reconstruct the text, which is bizarre, which is strange. And now we've got these Frankenstein texts, these bizarre readings that were rejected throughout the Reformation period. Codex Vaticanus, Sinaiticus came on the scene. People who were looking at it, Dean John William Burgon looked at it and said, this is ridiculous. He said, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus disagree with each other, but they want to amalgamate them together. They've put them together. They've created this Frankenstein monster. And unfortunately, it's plagued the church ever since. And, I would rather be doing a lot of other things with my time. But the problem is, when I meet people out, witnessing street preaching, they have Bart Ehrman in their mind. Apologists in America are going around turning everyone into little Bart Ehrmans. They're going around saying, hey, you can trust the Bible, that we have 5,200 manuscripts, we have, all this evidence for the Bible. And then when you're like, okay, well, Mr. Apologist, I'm going to adopt your religion. Let me come to your church and let's do this. I'm the whole shebang. I'm going to give my life to this. You jump in both feet, and then they go, ha. Most of those manuscripts, 99.9% of them, are majority text. We flush them down the toilet. And we go with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. You have to have these as the most important. But they don't tell you from the outset, do they? They talk about the embarrassment of riches and all these manuscripts, 5,000. Why are they worried about 5,200 manuscripts when the vast majority of them majority text Byzantine manuscripts that they flush down the toilet. They're only interested in about 50 manuscripts, and they only ever are interested in the majority text when the Textus Receptus has a minority reading, which is usually rare compared to the critical text. For every one Textus Receptus reading that is based on a minority reading, there are about 20 in the critical text. And so why aren't they going on about all them? And I'm not just talking about little things here. Like, this is to do with like maybe 3 or 4 letters, okay? And it's specifically just talking about one word that got substituted. It's isomonos or holy, you know. It's like, but these guys are willing to throw out 12 verses a month for 2 manuscripts. 2 manuscripts. 1,637 manuscripts have the reading. These guys throw it out. So this is the hypocrisy of when like, I know, you know, people like TurretinFan's, James White, they think that they have a stable bibliology. They think that their methodology is, you know, unbreakable and, you know, it's solid and all the rest of it. But, you know, having looked at it, you know, sideways for many years now, I just see that this is absolutely flawed. And they have to, when they're doing apologetics, they have a whole different message. They have to lie. Because what are they going to say? Well, we have Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. These are the best ones. They don't agree with each other. Dean Burgon said it's easier to find where they don't agree than where they agree. And, you know, there's over 3,000 differences just in the Gospels alone. But they're the Bible. Those 2 are the Bible, not just one of them. It'd be so much easier if it was just one. It's like, that's the Bible. But 2 of them, it's like, okay, what about when they disagree? You know, like, and then it's like all the rest of it, just, you know, except for, you know, handful here and there, just flush them down the toilet. That we don't really need them. And so the whole thing is, we had the Bible back then, even though these manuscripts contradict each other. That's when we had the Bible. Then for, like, you know, 1,500 years, they were just scrambling around scraps of information, and the Byzantine guys, they just were rubber stamping everything, and so it just got popular, their edition. And then we come through all the way through to Westcott and Hort came along, saved the day with their Unitarian friends, you know, George Vance Smith, who was on the committee, and they've saved the day, and now we have the better Bible. Those poor guys in the Reformation didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know Sinaiticus. They rejected Vaticanus because of, you know, horrible Erasmus, and, you know, that they've adopted all these strange readings, and so we just have pity on them. And so it is hard to, because all that's in the background of what TurretinFan's saying as well. Whether he recognizes that or not, he has been deeply influenced by the critical text methodology. So that's why I'm like laughing when he's going with the majority reading of Curios here. And I'm just like, but you're a critical text guy. You know, it's the strangest thing. But I'm used to this type of flip-flopping because, you know, say someone like Matthew Everhard, he would do the same. He and I actually said, you're a majority text guy, dude. And then all of a sudden he did a movie, like a video, I'm a majority text guy. Because he realized that he wasn't a critical text guy. And so I think the thing is, TurretinFan, the way he's arguing majority text. He's not arguing critical text. If he was arguing critical text, he would say, well, you can have just one manuscript with this one reading. He wouldn't talk about, oh, we've got, you know, 500 readings this way and 4 readings the other way. Why would you go with the other? He would just, you know, work out the methodology of textual criticism. The harder reading is the best. You know, all this sort of stuff, and you know, all the principles that have been laid down for years and years and years that text critics have followed, you know, since the time of you know, Griesbach and Ruckman and Bengel and Wittstein and these guys, you know. So I'm watching him do this. He's doing text criticism TurretinFan's way. He's not doing it the way the Academy would want to do it. He's not really even doing it the way James White would do it. He's doing it, he's grabbing onto the majority text when because people have been trained to do that. They've watched people like James White. They've watched other people do the whole majority text thing when they're talking about the Textus Receptus. But when they're talking about anything else, the majority text is just not even there, because they erroneously think that the Textus Receptus is just based on the majority text. Most of the majority text backs up the Textus Receptus, 98% of it. But there are places where there are readings which are not majority text readings. And that comes down to the skill of people like Theodore Beza, like Erasmus, to be able to spot homoiouton, architecton, things that they teach normal practices in text criticism. But when you actually do it in real time, they're like, oh, where are all the manuscripts then? And it's like, aren't we talking about internal evidence here? And it's like, oh, no, where's the manuscript evidence? And it's like, well, you should know that the vast majority of your variant readings have these same issues. And, it's quite amazing to see, critical text people, I guess, on a level of 1 to 10, of knowledge of these things. Someone like Bruce Metzger and Bart Ehrman, they're like on a level 10 in the critical text field. But TurretinFan, James White's probably on like a level 3. TurretinFan's probably on a level 2. Like just dealing with these things, because when you're looking at Metzger, when you're looking at Ehrman, when you're looking at people of that caliber who are they're right up to their neck in the critical text field, that's all they really are dealing with. You're looking at different arguments. You're looking at things that are this isn't the same thing that TurretinFan's doing or James White, because James White just wants to win a debate point. So he'll say anything, even if it contradicts his former argument. He'll say a majority text argument. See, if I go to 1 John 5:7 with TurretinFan, what will he do? The majority of manuscripts don't say, and it's like, okay, so you're a majority text guy. Oh, no, why are you going there then? And so this is what I can't understand. It's like he doesn't understand his own methodology, and I'm just sitting there going, you don't know your own methodology, and that's fine. But we don't have to. TurretinFan's doing. I think he does very good work against the Roman Catholics, the same as James White. James White, if you want to know things about Mariolatry, Josepholatry, you want to know about the Immaculate Conception to do with Mary, you want to know about the history, modern history of the Roman Catholic Church and how things have changed and things like that. Great. You listen to his material, you'll be like, yeah, that's very interesting. That's good. Same with TurretinFan. But when it comes to this issue, that these guys just don't know much. And I've pointed that out about James White with Revelation 16:5, and people are losing their mind over that. You can't say that James White doesn't know much. He's our guru. It's like, he doesn't know much. He's gotten so many things wrong in his book that if this was a King James only book, it would be worse than Gail Ripplinger. But they don't want to admit that. So anyway, let's continue on with this video, because I've only gone 1 minute and I've already gone like 40 minutes of rebuttal.
Beatus doesn't have the word Lord there. And that's not a narrow question of semantics, unless Beatus just tends to leave things out, in which case, the value of Beatus' testimony is just lower. Okay, we can say it, the value is lower. But as far as any value it has, when it comes to the Domine, it's against it. And standing shoulder to shoulder with Beatus are all of, or I shouldn't say all, the vast majority of the Greek manuscripts that we have. And is that enough for Nick to accept that reading? And of course the answer is no. Which should tell you that Nick himself doesn't place a lot of weight on this particular witness. But that's not necessarily the point. The point is, is there any case which says that Futurus est?
So if I turn the tables here, so this is the thing, TurretinFan says all this, and it's like, oh, well, that's a good argument, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's see if he really follows Vaticanus. Does he really think Vaticanus is a good manuscript? I could get any reading anywhere and just point out, oh, do you follow this reading? Oh, no. Well, no one follows that reading. Do you believe Jesus died from being stabbed with a spear? Well, no, he died on the cross. Well, Vaticanus teaches that he was alive when he got stabbed with a spear. Why don't you follow that reading? And so I could just say the same with his major manuscript that he's following. You know what I mean? And so this is why half the time I've got this in my head ticking over and I don't say it, but it's because, like I've gone 2 minutes and I'm already 40 minutes into it. But it's because there's just a massive double standard here. I mean, if TurretinFan was to use this type of attack against someone promoting critical text reading, that would come into play. But what is he? A majority text guy? We don't know. And I've often said, so what's your reading there? Well, I personally go with, so you're making up your own Bible as you go? The goalposts are shifting? Well, according to the evidence, if I'm proven this way or that way, it's like, man, that is, how do you know if you're committing the sin of Revelation 22, 18 and 19? Then it just comes down to someone's own presupposition, their own soteriology, because it's like, oh, well, I can't lose my salvation, so, blah, blah, blah. And where I think if you do it, the Bible clearly says your part is taken from the book of life. It's very clear. So I know the Andersonites, they're like, oh, no, you can never lose it. So you could just do that sort of thing and you won't lose your salvation. But they're like, well, it's only before you're saved. So if you do that, it's sort of like you've committed a blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, or you've become like a homosexual. They believe homosexuals can't be saved. I believe they can be. And so I believe that's a heretical doctrine. But anyway.
Is found in this particular text, and the answer with Beatus is yes, there is someone who says it. Let's see. The Reformers accepted Lord here. Okay, so Nick says this. He says the Reformers accepted Lord here.
Okay, so I sort of jump in here, and I think I was listening while I was out one time. So I just tuned in, and anyway, so let's look at some of these comments before we jump into that. The confession that they believe in the original manuscript in original language is a ticking time bomb. How long until the originals have become dust? Those that follow the Protestant confessions, their faith could fade into dust too. If you believe the KJV is your book, you will always be here. Yeah, I think because I haven't grown up following confessions. I know for some people it's one of the most important things in their life, and they teach it, and catechisms, and some people who I respect as good scholars and they know Greek, and they're on Facebook talking about catechism and talking about infant baptism and stuff like that, and I'm just like, how can you do that? To me it's just bizarre. It's but people are following the Westminster Confession of Faith, Second London Baptist Confession and things like that. And there's a lot of confessions, and I'm not against confessions. And I think some of the confessions are very important to show what people were believing. But I've actually tried to write a sort of like a statement of faith, and it would have ended up like 500 pages. It just even just to talk about that I don't believe in old Earth evolution. I believe in young Earth evolution. Just the beginning of that, it was like 5 pages long of just, I believe that, when it talks about a day, it's talking about a 24 hour period of time, rather than, people reading into a day there is a long, section of time. And so just explaining all that and just defining terms and things, it was huge. And I was like, man, and and I could just sum it up by saying I'm a young Earth creationist. You know what I mean? But sometimes young Earth creationism, that can throw you into a certain camp. Oh, you're a Hovenite, or you follow Answers in Genesis. It's like, well, I might agree with a lot of what they say, but I don't have to be grouped in with anyone. If these guys have a scandal tomorrow, then I'm part of that. Apparently, that's just ridiculous. And so I don't like to tie myself at the hip with anyone. I might respect, certain people and what they do, but at the end of the day, especially explaining bibliology, soteriology, angelology, like going through those things. I was like, man, I've got to write a whole book on this, and so maybe one day I will. But you know, and I'm not against statements of faith, confessions, but what I've found too, I can go to a church, read their statement of faith on their website, go to the church, and they're not living it. That's the problem. You know, a lot of churches here in Australia, a lot of the Baptist churches, they've got Baptists above the door. You'll go in there and they will be howling on the floor, screaming, birthing revival. Someone up the front on the stage looks like they're giving birth. They're praying for them. They're shaking like their head like this, Benny Hinn style backflips, and you're like, oh, you know, in Baptist churches, like the Alstonville Baptist Church here in our area was like that. You do the cha-cha around the church, everyone holding their hips and going around like a train around the church, and then they pray for each other, have a fire tunnel and all that. And you're like, gee, that's weird. But then I would go to churches that emphasize and say, well, we believe in the gifts of the Holy Spirit, this, and this. Now, I don't believe any of that's the gifts of the Holy Spirit. I believe it's all flesh and probably some demonic. But you're thinking, oh, I'll go to this church. They've got these things listed out, and they never, ever do them. They're cessationists in practice. And so this is the thing. You can write everything all down, all nice, but historically it's important because, you know, we can see what people believed and what they thought and all the rest of it. Anyway, I'm sort of diverging here. So I've written the Reformers accepted Lord here. There was obviously more manuscripts back then that are not available today. Obviously, if you have lots of manuscripts be destroyed, like even just in World War II, 1 million biblical manuscripts, that's what Dan Wallace said. So, you know, how many of them had the word Lord there?
There was obviously more manuscripts back then that are not available today. So, there are the Reformers accepted Lord here. Which Reformers are you talking about? I'm curious about which Reformers you have in mind. And ultimately,
the people in the Reformation. So if we go to Tyndale, I mean, let's just go to Textus Receptus Bibles. Yeah, I might just go to my page. I've got just as much info, probably way more. If we go down to the language Bibles here, English versions, Lord, it's in Wycliffe, Lord. And so why isn't that considered? I mean, if you got a 13th century Greek manuscript with Lord in it, you go, there it is, you know, okay, that's evidence. But if you got a 13th century English document with Lord in it, it's not evidence, you know. It's, yeah, anyway. We have Lord in Tyndale, we have Lord in Coverdale, we have Lord in the Great Bible, Coverdale, we have Lord in the Matthews Bible, we have Lord in the Geneva, we have Lord in the Bishops, we have Lord in the King James, Webster's, you know, following the King James has Lord. And then it's not until we have Murdoch's translation, righteous art thou, and doesn't have Lord. So I would consider, you know, probably not Wycliffe, even though he was, you know, the morning star of the Reformation. I would consider these as being Reformation Bibles. And it has Lord all the way through here. So Lord was accepted by all these people. Then if we go to the Textus Receptus editions, I mean, let's look up Curiosity or Curie. Maybe I can actually search for it. Copy, find. Here we go. Erasmus, I haven't got his other two editions written there, but I'm sure they're in there too. Stephanus in there. Beza, I'm pretty sure all his editions had it. Elias Hutter, Elzevers, Scrivener. So that shouldn't even be questioned. Why then is TurretinFan questioning this? Or is he just being antagonistic because it's Nick Sayer saying this?
What does that, what does the Reformers' acceptance or non-acceptance have to do with anything?
Because, okay, Tyndale thought Lord should be there. Erasmus thought Lord should be there. Martin Luther thought Lord should be there. Stephanus thought Lord should be there. Coverdale thought Lord should be there. All the translators of the Geneva Bible thought Lord should be there. The Bishop's Bible guys thought Lord should be there. Theodore Beza thought Lord should be there. All the King James translators thought Lord should be there. You got a lot of scholars here from the Reformation. So all I'm saying, I'm just stating an obvious point. The Reformers accepted Lord here. There was obviously more manuscripts back then that were not available today. So there's 2 points. This isn't just, the Reformers accepted Lord here, and that's why, because there was a majority. But because they recognized that Lord was the superior reading, whether that was because of strong internal evidence, whether it was strong external evidence or strong versional evidence or strong evidence from the early church writers or whatever, they accepted it. And so TurretinFan has to show me why they should have rejected it, because I'm accepting it too, because I think that the evidence that they had back then was way better and way more than we have today. I think what we have today is just very flimsy, very scant, and very fragmentary. And so we're dealing with fragmentary evidence that trying to piece the Bible back together and go, oh well, we've only, and that's why. And look at scholarship for the last 200 years. People haven't known that Beza said that he had a manuscript there. And so I actually thought of bringing this up last time. I think I opened a page up. Hang on. Let's go to... Actually, I'll let TurretinFan continue while I'm doing this.
If they accepted a mistake, they accepted a mistake. If they didn't accept a mistake, they didn't accept a mistake. Not sure what...
A mistake according to you, because Westcott and Hort and Unitarians and people like Murdoch in 1551 and other people, they're like, oh no, it's not the majority, so Lord, and let's throw that out. And then Westcott and Hort are like, yeah, let's throw that out. And then it's just become accepted. So I mean, the Reformers, you need to recognize the superiority of the Reformers' scholarship, regardless of Lord reading or whatever. You need to understand that these guys knew their stuff much better than Westcott and Hort or George Van Smith or Metzger, or these guys. They know certain things, but that they just, even Dean John William Burgon was not on the same level as most of these Reformers. These Reformers were outstanding scholars. And even secular writings will say that. They will say, you read Adam Nicholson's Power and Glory, he'll say the King James translation committee guys, these guys were, in a league of their own.
But their acceptance or non-acceptance has to do with the issue. You say there's obviously more manuscripts back then that are not available today. There's no reason to think that there were more manuscripts of Revelation than the ones that are still around today. So that the majority, let's say the majority of manuscripts in...
So this is where the TurretinFan, critical text methodology he's just making this up. And this is what I found with Matthew Everhard. Really good on some areas, but when it comes to text criticism, I was just sort of like, I was actually just writing underneath some of his YouTube comments, some of his YouTube videos in the comments. Matt, just go and study this issue for like another 2 years and then reopen your mouth, sort of thing. But let's listen to what TurretinFan's saying here.
Okay. Of available today, there's no reason to think that there were more manuscripts of Revelation than the ones that are still around today. So,
like, he's going against Dan Wallace. Yeah, Dan Wallace is just sort of like the popular figure of text criticism. He says it like a million bit. So Which manuscripts were destroyed? Yeah, a million just in World War II alone, let alone World War One. And when I say World War II alone, that's not just World War II manuscripts went missing. I just really hate that type of, I gotcha. You didn't say World War One. You didn't say fires, floods, famines, mold, locusts, whatever, rats.
But that the majority, let's say the majority of manuscripts in that time was different. As far as we can tell, this is the same as it is now. And in fact, when you go to Hoskir, and you go to, let's see, where is it? Hoskir. Let's pull it up. Somewhere around here. See if I can make it full screen. It's chapter 10. 14, sorry. Exciting listening to me scrolling through Hoskir. But there's a point to this. 14, still 14. He's very thorough in his collation. And let's see. That's 15. And almost there. 16 verse 14. I overshot the mark. We could share this tab instead. Here we go. So if you go to somebody like Hoskir here, and Hoskir has lots of information. But here's 16.4, here's 16.5. And you'll notice that the base text he's working from, and I think Nick was the one who pointed this out to me, does have Kyrie here, but that's because it's the Stephanus 1551, which is based on the Erasmus text. And you'll notice that the minus Kyrie, which he does have somewhere here. Let's see if I can find it. Where did it go? My eyes are slipping right over it. Here it is. Minus Kyrie has massive amounts of attestation here, including some of the earliest. And notice it's not a small number of texts that have the curious, that omit the word Lord here. It's the dominant reading, according to Hoskir. So it's not like we lost some manuscripts in World War II that Hoskir had, but we don't have them. And that's the same, by the way.
Okay, so notice it's like, we lost them in World War II, and it's like this is what I'm really, there's a lot of things that I'm getting annoyed with, but this whole thing of, if I say something like, oh, well, people died in wars, like take, for example, World War One, 1 million people died in this battle. And then someone like TurretinFan's like, well, 1 million people died in that battle there. So that only affects that area. So Nick said 1 million people died in that battle. Well, obviously, I'm not just saying that battle. I'm talking about wars in general, everywhere that people died. It's like, why do I have to explain this? Dan Wallace said in his Credo course that in World War II, alone. Now, when you say something like alone, you're saying that means that manuscripts are being lost throughout time, throughout history. TurretinFan's making out like we've still got everything that we had in the Reformation. It's like, what on earth? 1 million manuscripts alone, okay, were destroyed in World War II. How many in World War One? We can only sort of guesstimate because Dan Wallace didn't say, but just say it was, let's just say it was only 100,000. Okay, it's light, But let's look for a list of European wars. Okay, conflicts in Europe. Okay. And so this is what I'm talking about. This is why I do really get annoyed at this whole thing of I've come up with a stat and a fact and a figure, and that goes against what TurretinFan's saying. So he's just dismissing it, but he's actually dismissing Dan Wallace. So why doesn't he come out and do a whole video on why Dan Wallace is wrong? Why scold me for just saying what? And I'm quoting people on his side. Okay, so let's look at some of these wars. Okay, so we'll go to World War II because, like Battle of Berlin. Okay, so between there and there, 1 million manuscripts. Okay, 1 million manuscripts. That's what the figures are from Dan Wallace. So, okay, the Italian invasion of Albania. I wonder what got destroyed, what got wrecked there. The Spanish Wars, Hungarian invasion of Ukraine, German occupation of Czechoslovakia. What happened to all the churches then? Were people looting? Were people rioting? Was it a quiet takeover? Greece, Austria, Irish Civil War. Look at all these wars that are happening. Okay, then you got World War One, or the Revolution, the Russian Revolution. Sorry, that's it. Look at all these things that are happening, all due to the Russian Revolution, the Easter Rising, World War One, 20 million deaths, Albanian, Romanian, Macedonian. How many manuscripts got destroyed then? And that's what Dan Wallace is saying, and that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that hard to understand that. You should be going, okay, yeah, 1 million there. Well, perhaps there was, 50,000, 100,000 in World War One. That's pretty conservative. And I'm giving you conservative figures. And then all you have to do is go back in time. So let's go back to the Reformation era when we're talking about these manuscripts. So at the time of Beza here, Portuguese War, English-Spanish War, look, 50,000 killed in action in the English-Spanish War. That would cover the 1588 Spanish Armada all the way to 1504. That's huge. 50,000 dead. I mean, how much upheaval did that cause? Who were these people? Did these people own manuscripts? I mean, not everything was all in libraries and everything like that. Many people had personal collections. Did their place, when they died, what happened to their material? What happened to their stuff? There would have been, in this era, I know there was plagues. There was the plague, Dutch-Portuguese War. Right? Why do I have to go through and just explain the obvious, TurretinFan? Seriously, why do you I just state a general fact and you have to fight against it? If I say, yes, it says this, you say, no, it's not. I'm like, why? And you're like, because. And here you're just saying, because I've only mentioned World War II. I mean, you look at the looting that happened in Iraq when George Bush, invaded that country and, killed 1.5 million people. When he invaded Iraq, the looting that happened, it was extraordinary. And people were saying that, the American soldiers were protecting the oil fields, and they were standing around the oil fields with machine guns and tanks and stuff like that, as people looted the museums in Baghdad and stealing stuff that was ancient Mesopotamian statues and things. It was just amazing what was happening. So that's what's just recorded in modern history. How much I don't even know if there was biblical stuff there. I mean, I guess anything of that era, a lot of the time it goes back to the times of the Old Testament, and so that's biblical archaeology. I don't know if there was manuscripts that were destroyed in that, but we can get the idea that that's been happening since they died. So anyway, it does tie me to have to go over basics like that. So here we are looking at Hoskia. Okay, so let's have a look at Hoskia. Okay, So I was copying this into my website last night because I realized I didn't have this in my Revelation 16:5 article, which I do quote from it quite a lot. So it just so happens TurretinFan is putting it up too, because I haven't previewed this. I listened to it like 3 weeks ago when it came out. So this is the Stephanus text, okay, because he has Osios here, and so he was just showing the general Textus Receptus, but it has Kyrie, doesn't it? That's what I'm saying. All the reformers have Kyrie. So TurretinFan has to deal with that. Why did they have Kyrie? You're basically saying, "Oh, Nick, so silly. He's going with 3 manuscripts or whatever." It's like, okay, well, all the reformers went with Kyrie. Well, they made a mistake. All of them made a mistake. That's what he's saying. So he has to prove that. He's making the claim. I want to see him prove to me that they made a mistake here. I'm claiming that they probably had more evidence for this. And so, we look at the early stages, they're minusing the chi there. So that's fine. But what I was actually looking at last night was quite interesting, because you do see Beatus of Labana come up quite a lot here. But what I was looking at, because we're not really interested much in the angel of the waters, we're saying most of that's like, okay. But then we see the Kyrie minus Kyrie. We see Aleph, C, A, B, E, and I guess that's a P, or it could be a row. So we see it excluding those. Okay. But that's not really what I know TurretinFan's talking about that, but what I'm really interested in here is the Arminian manuscripts. It's quite interesting because it has is. Okay. Where is the is here? Okay, so estin is the word is. You can't see it there. Dikaios, Kyrie, A, Hoon, Kahoen, Osios, Oti, Tafta, Ekrinus. There's no is there. What's this is? The esti, a lot of the time it has a movable nu, the n on the end of it, estin, Arminian. And listen to this, righteous is he which exists and holy. He which exists. So no past, present, and future there. This is I am. So I haven't even gone into the Arminian manuscripts here. Righteous is he which exists and is holy. Arminian. Righteous is he which exists and is and holy. Righteous is he which exists and is and holy in his works. Righteous art thou, the existent, thy existent, thou holy. How, explain to me, Turretin, how basically the equivalent to I am is you are to be ended up taking over the Armenian manuscripts. So there we have the Futurus S by Beatus of Labana. Clearly, Futurus S is Isomenos. But he is saying that TurretinFan's saying, no, it's not really from Isomenos, it's from something else. And so okay, so we have the minus chi o, minus the chi for osios. And so it has Ethiopia here. It has rectus pro sanctus et supra, which means they have righteous for holy there. Osios, osios. So omitting the O before Osios there. That's of interest. Oti, bring stuff to, okay, then it goes into, because you have judged us. Okay. But yeah, I hadn't really noticed that before in the Arminian text. It just has, like I said, my position explains all of these variants here. You could explain why the Arminian has pretty much the equivalent to I am, which is. He that cometh unto God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him. If God was saying that, if you come to me, you must believe I am. Righteous is he which exists and holy. Righteous is he which exists and which is holy. Righteous is he which exists and is holy. Righteous is he which exists and is and holy in his works. Righteous art thou, the existent, thy existent, thou holy. I mean, explain that. Anyway, let's get back.
If you go back to Mill in the 1700s, it's not that we lost manuscripts that Mill had and that we don't have them there. So from 1516 to 1611.
Well, Mill collated 30 manuscripts. And so he didn't collate everything. So, yeah, 30 manuscripts, he put that evidence there. And usually, if you're doing collations of manuscripts, they're usually well known. They're from a library. You're returning them, So there's a better chance that they would be restored, or that sorry, not restored, but kept intact. Where private collections, and sometimes in a museum, you might have a whole bunch of manuscripts that get burnt, get destroyed. That was happening as well. But what I'm saying is, you're probably less likely to have the town hall burned down than you are to have some church catch on fire in the middle of the country, sort of thing, and burn to the ground with a bunch of manuscripts in it, in Macedonia or something like that, But look at Berlin, World War II. It's rubble. Anyway.
So
I put the caveat here, 1516, 1611, roughly around the time of the Reformation period.
Yeah, I don't know which reformers you have in mind from during that time period. Valla? Who is the...
Well, Valla was, I think he died in 1456. So obviously I'm not talking about Valla. I'm talking about people in the Reformation period talking about this. And so, and I just pointed out all the English, all the Greek, so everyone. So I'd like for TurretinFan to show me one person that wasn't saying it. You know what I mean? Like he's just fighting against it because Nick Sayer said it.
Lorenzo Valla, is that who you have? That would be a little bit before 1516. Let's see. Piscator, maybe? I don't know.
Piscator has Lord. Read his commentary. I'm pretty sure I've got his writing on my website. So look. Okay, so he's not mentioning Lord there, but he does have Angel of the Waters. It's not mentioning Lord. But Piscator's edition, his 1613 edition, I haven't got it right here. Maybe I can open it up. Okay. 5. Okay, Domine. He has Domine. He has Lord. Now, he does have Sanctus there, but he gives... And so I'm not sure if this is just an early text of Beza or Stephanus or anything like that. I haven't really looked into it. But regardless, he has Domine there. And he's going with that reading. And so he's got his commentary here. And that's what I've written down where he talks about Beza. And he's saying that Esomenos is there. So he's got a whole footnote about that. So maybe in the beginning, it might actually say what Greek text it is. But Piscator has Lord. So that's what I'm saying. All the reformers have Lord there. So you have to explain why Piscator has Lord and is just a dummy like I am. Why Tyndale has Lord and is just a dummy like I am. Why Erasmus has that. Coverdale has it. Well, everyone has it. Who was saying not to have it there? Okay. It says I can't really figure out where he's getting this Greek text from. I'm pretty sure it might be his own. Because a lot of these texts will have, you'll just see the word Beza, but it has, can't tell. But anyway, Piscator has Lord. Sorry, Trudem, no.
Well, we'll set that to the side. Are you a majority text advocate?
Yeah.
In this particular...
And so obviously I've been listening to this during the day. I'm like, he's following the majority text, so it's like...
For instance, the text that I'm advocating for is the reading that I'm advocating for happens to be a majority text reading. But I'm not someone that says you rigidly have to follow the majority text.
So why would you go with the majority of evidence then? If you're not a majority text guy, why are you only interested in the majority text when the Textus Receptus has readings that go against the majority text because of strong internal evidence, or because there's a solecism in the text, it's a mistake, or it's just been rubber stamped? Why?
Well, it's almost all the readings of the New Testament are supported by the majority text, even in the critical text. So,
well, but they're not the ones that we're talking about. Obviously, things that are the same, we don't really bother talking about. It's not like we're like, oh, it says in Matthew 1, Jesus Christ, and every manuscript has it. And it's like, see, we look at the ones that don't say the same thing. And that's what we talk about. That's what, majority text talking about following the majority of manuscripts where there is disagreement against the critical text.
So that's not a particularly big point. The angel of Revelation 16, 5 and 7 were quoting from Psalm 119, 137. Righteous art thou, O Lord, and upright are thy judgments. This is strong internal evidence. So is that what Psalm 118, 137 says in the Septuagint? Is it a quotation from Septuagint, Psalm 118, 137? I don't recall. If it is, great. And
well, let's just have a look at it. Okay, where are we? Revelation 16:5. Okay, so I've got it up the top here. Let's go bigger. Yeah, so the Book of Aman has Lord here, Kyrie, D&E for Domine. That's that there with the Nomina Sacra over it. So it has Lord, very clear. Now I do mention, and TurretinFan pointed out here that I have the word Lord is found in these, and then I do a whole article on Unctual 51 proving that it's not in there, but I actually have a contradiction on my site saying it is in there. So I've got to fix that. Thanks for pointing that out. Sometimes I'm fixing one part of the website which doesn't mold in with what I've said. And so, yeah, then I go through 2, 3, 4, 4, which I don't have mentioned there. So it's like I've just got to brush up on that. But that does have the curia there. Okay, so Greek minuscule has this reading. But what we're looking at is some of the internal evidence. So the Ethiopic has a reading of the Lord there as well. Psalm 119, 137 says, righteous art thou, O Lord, and upright are thy judgments. So when we look at Revelation chapter 16, verses 5 and 7, it has, thou art righteous, O Lord. Then it has the expansion of Jehovah, because we've got Jehovah here, which art and was and shall be, because thou hast judged us. So it's talking about judgments here. But then it says, and I heard another out of the altar say, even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. And notice it's very similar, true and righteous. You got righteous here. You got the uprightness, which would have to do with the truth, the aletheia, and then the judgments, the dikaios. So I've just pointed out the similarities in the Greek. So if we get Hutter's Greek, the dikaios, a curie, in Revelation 16:5, dikaios, curie, and with the a being afterwards. So then we have the expansion of Lord there. So I'll put that in a bracket because it's just expansion of curie. And then we have a Christus Su, and here we have alethine, which is true, and decay and righteous. So that's verse 7, a Christus Su. So it's very similar. And then I was looking for similarities in Latin. Justus est Domine, 16:5 has pretty much the same. And here we see the Domine, the Dios omnipotens, which is interesting. And I guess I have to sort of explain more why the Lord God Almighty is relative to Jehovah, or Kyrios or Theos or Pantocrator, the Lord, the God, the Almighty. And so it's quite interesting. Another interesting study to go into, which I haven't done or haven't put on here. So then I just show the similarities. Because, see, in verse 7, it's an angel saying, even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. So he's like finishing off what this first angel said. I heard the angel of the waters say, thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and was and shall be, because thou hast judged us. And it says, for they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. And the other angel butts in and says, and I heard another out of the altar say, even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. So it's very interesting there. And I have to go, I've only really gone through Hutter's. He's Latin, he's Greek. I should really go through the Hebrew and look at that, look at the Hebrew and match it in with the modern Hebrew and check that. That would be interesting, actually. Let's just have a quick look at this Hebrew here. Whether he has Jehovah here. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so, but apart from that, the Book of Amag, that is strong evidence. It is from 807 and has curie in the Latin in a nomina sacriform domine. So there we go. Another evidence.
And if not, okay, let's see. So Erasmus is hardly a reformer, but okay, Calvin is a reformer. Beza.
Erasmus is
a reformer. Luther, Tremelius, which I suppose
Luther. Luther laid the egg that Erasmus, or Luther hatched the egg that Erasmus laid, or Erasmus laid the egg that Luther hatched. Is the original. So, and I've gone through this before, where when you look at Tyndale, he translated Erasmus's works into English, and England had a Reformation due to to the New Testament of Erasmus, due to Christian soldier, duties of a Christian soldier, or something like that. And I think it might have been Praise of Folly, but perhaps it wasn't. It was some other one of Erasmus's works, and it's like sparked a Reformation. So you just convert Erasmus's material into another language, and you have a Reformation. And so well, he's not a reformer. See, the thing is, because he's in the institution of the Roman Catholic Church, before the Council of Trent, the Roman Catholic Church was a different type of monster. Now, Erasmus, he was a Catholic, and so was Tyndale. Tyndale was only defrocked the moment before they burnt him at the stake. They said, "You are no longer a Roman Catholic priest," choked him, and burnt him. But we don't see his works as the works of a Roman Catholic priest, do we? Now, when we look at Luther had some strange, Catholic overhangs in his teaching. We can understand he was a monk, just like, someone who's been an Andersonite for a while. It takes them a while to get out of that and get their head right, And sometimes they continue on stubbornly with, some strange teachings. But, Luther, had he not been excommunicated, if he just continued on in the church, say, till like 1530, and then was martyred or something like that, would we have just said he was just a faithful Roman Catholic? When the Reformation started, we see this picture of Martin Luther hammering and nailing to the door of the church as a reformer. And if you were to get the microphone and say, "Hey, Martin, what do you think about Mary? What do you think about purgatory? What do you think about," if you went through a whole bunch of teachings with him, he'd be absolutely off the wall. But we see him as a reformer then. So to just dismiss Erasmus, he's not a reformer. It's like you're retroactively putting these people into certain periods of time when we understand that people were just starting to come out of that church. And where were they going to go? That half the time these people, as soon as you leave a church, you make a big stand against it. You were on the hit list. And you couldn't continue on with your work. Erasmus just wanted to continue on with his work. And so, he going to join Luther? Like, he had long debates with Luther, but would he have just jumped ship and joined him? Like, Luther was doing some pretty off the wall things too. So who would you join? Who would you have joined back then? Like, just Luther? And he turns around and goes, "No, your ideas are whacked. You should be killed too." You're like, "Well, I think I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully things will just pan out."
Suppose it's supposed to be Junius. I'm not sure. Stephanus, which I suppose is supposed to be Stephanus. Elias Hutter. Yeah. So there are some folks who are in favor of it. Now, the question is, of course, on what basis are they in favor of it? And the short answer to that is that they're in favor of it because it's printed in Erasmus' text. And probably, I'm trying to remember whether it was in the Complutensian. I think the Complutensian omits it there. So it was just Erasmus versus the Complutensian.
Okay, let's have a look at that. I'm not really sure. I think I've written out the Complutensian here. The more I put, the more I have to put. It's like a vortex. The more work you do on something, the more people want you to do work on something. The Complutensian has the chaos here too. So you see everything. So this is the problem. The Complutensian polyglot is based upon manuscripts. The that the Pope said you can have access to the Vatican Library, to the Complutensian guys. They already had manuscripts because they were in Spain. So they've gone and put the chaos here based upon manuscript evidence. And that proves that they have manuscripts with that reading in it, doesn't it? So that is evidence to that reading. And like TurretinFan's should know that. I dare say if TurretinFan jumped into the arena of text criticism, understood, what the Complutensian polyglot is, then he would know that just instinctively. And he wouldn't, because him just going, well, the manuscripts, there's only 2-3 manuscripts today. It's like, okay, why have they got the reading there? Complutensian polyglot. Okay, why has Erasmus got the reading there? He's obviously got the, so there's 2 witnesses to it. And then you look at Stephanus. I'm not sure if he's got any notes or anything in his 1550 edition. Maybe I've got the 1550 written down out here. There it is. Now he does have a IE, so that's 15, I'm pretty sure. And that is probably for Curie, I think. I'm not sure. But he does have that in the margin. Yes, see, that's the little stub there, and that's the stub there. So he's showing where he got it from. So he had a manuscript too with that reading. So this is the thing. If you know how to look through these things, you can see who had manuscripts and who didn't. And then Hutter, he had Curie there. Scrivener, he's following the King James reading. And so P47, etc. So I haven't really done a lot of homework on the Lord. I've only just done it because people kept bringing it up as a bit of a red herring. Let's go go on a rabbit trail, follow that one, or trying to trick so you prove that it has the Esomonos reading in these things. It's like, but it doesn't have the Lord there. See, and it's like, well, okay, I didn't say it had, and then so I have to go and mop that up. But I'll go through more of this as time permits. Let's continue on.
Complutensian, Erasmus's text is more popular with the Reformers than the Complutensian. Therefore, it's followed by the Reformers. If that's the argument, it's not overly persuasive to me, but that is what it is.
Well, it's not the argument. They all had Lord. So how do you explain it?
Let's see. So that was part 16. No, there was some. Oh, there was a question at 2:45 in part 16. Let me come back. I skipped over that. Section 245. And by the way, Nick, if you want, I'm happy to drop you a StreamYard link so you can come and talk live if you prefer. I mean, it's up to you.
And so most of the time when I'm commenting like this, I'm out of the house. I'm not. Our time zones are very different, and so sometimes it's early morning, sometimes it's late at night. So it would be pretty hard just to find a live program. Like I saw Tommy McMurtry was live this morning, and that was like I think 5:30 in the morning, and so I wouldn't be talking loud in the house at that period of time. But yeah, thanks for the invite anyway.
Oh, let me share the screen with the video. Then it's important to say, well, not just to say, well, it's 61 because that's, or sorry, 62 because that's twice 31, and in one of the manuscripts or one of the copies that he has here, it appears twice. It appears in the story, in the text of scripture, and it is repeated again in commentary. I think it's useful. That's an interesting point, but it's not in terms of the way that you would count that for the usage by the Addis, that would mean it's in 2 out of 2 places the Addis has this particular reading. So that's how it would normally be counted. You wouldn't normally count it based on the number of copies of the Addis. You'd normally count it based on the number of places in the Addis where it's mentioned. Well, it just depends. If this is a biblical text with the commentary, most people wouldn't count the commentary as part of the biblical text, but they would count the biblical text.
And so Andreas's commentary on the Book of Revelation, most of them are seen as separate manuscripts. And
so I thought this was an excellent point and an interesting point, and it's something that, to some extent, it definitely piqued my interest, because I agree that the Andreas Arethus commentary, those manuscripts are treated as though they're New Testament manuscripts, and they're treated as though they're separate, like, witnesses. So if someone was doing, a majority, one of these strict majority texts, you got to count up the witnesses, 55 versus 54, and you go with 55. You have to have a way of counting in those cases. Would you count all of the copies of Andreas' commentary as separate copies? And in terms of listing the copies as New Testament text witnesses, since it's Greek copies, I know that they are usually, well, they're always identified by separate numbers. And I believe that they are treated as separate witnesses. That said, I think there should be a strong presumption that they share a common source that goes back to an original by Andreas in whatever century that was written. I think it was 7th or maybe 6th century. So I think there should be a presumption that they all have a common textual ancestor there. But what we have noticed more with some of the Latin commentaries than with the Greek commentaries is we have noticed that there's sometimes a corruption of the main text, that the let's say in this case it would be the scripture text. Sometimes that's corrupted as compared to the commentary text, because someone is using their own scripture as a reference for the scripture text, and then they're just copying the commentary according to the commentary text, with the idea being presumably to preserve the scripture the way they know it, and then to just copy the commentary for people who are interested in the commentary, with the result being that sometimes you'll see a disconnect. The main text will say one thing, and the commentary will say something different. And that can happen. This actually came up, I don't know if it's going to come up in the material I have planned for today. It might. I think it does come up, so I'll kind of leave that to the side for now. But I thought this was a good point Nick raised about how you count these manuscripts. Ultimately, I would not see a reason to separately count testimonies because they have a pretty easily identifiable common source. So to the extent that they all share the same reading, if they do, I would probably just count them as essentially as one witness that goes back to when the commentary is.
So this is hilarious, because what I'm pointing out here is the Andreas text, which is a commentary, Greek commentary. It has the Book of Revelation in it, and it has a commentary all around it. So it looks like just one wall of text, of Greek text. So you have to extrapolate the Greek readings out of that, because it's actually hard to see exactly. Well, in certain copies, they have little commas next to where the scriptures appear. So you can, if you're fluent in Greek, it's no problem. But if you're going through it and you're not fluent in Greek, it can be hard to find where these anchor points are, where the word of God is, apart from the commentary, because it will mention in the commentary about the words. It starts talking and using the same words that are there. So it's in Greek too, so it can be confusing. But when you look on a list of manuscripts, the Andreas text is counted as a separate manuscript. And so, but when we look at Beatus of Libana, I'm pretty sure TurretinFan's said there was 35 of these Latin editions. And so we were sort of looking at some of them last time, like the Geneva edition, etc. So why aren't these considered as separate individual witnesses, manuscripts, for the reading? And so that's what I've said. I pretty much say it in my book that if there's like 35 readings in Vetus of Libana, Latin readings that have the future form, then there's 35 witnesses for the reading, for the future reading, that backs up Beza's Somnos reading, that matches it or whatever, you know. And so, but because it's just like, oh, Vetus of Libana, it's just one thing. Oh, well, it's just one variant then, it's one manuscript. You know, it's like, well, why aren't you doing that with Andreas's text then? And also it has it in the text and in the commentary, and it's pretty clear that Vetus of Libana, they are constructing the commentary of Tychonius from Vetus of Libana. It's a bit like if someone was to do a commentary nowadays and they were using Matthew Henry's and Barnes and a few other things. If you lost all of Matthew Henry's editions, you could piece it together through that edition. So that's what's happening with Vetus of Libana. I'm pretty sure it was about 800. He is doing a commentary on Tychonius on his 4th century edition. And so in the commentary, it has the future reading as well. So this needs to be kept separate from just the reading that's in the text, because sometimes what would happen is people would go, like, it's just like if I've got Matthew Henry's and I want to match it to my King James, that would flow because he used King James. But if I've got an NIV, well, hang on, I've got Matthew Henry talking about this thing that's in a deleted verse in the NIV, so it mightn't match, you know what I mean? And so, but you've got to understand that they're separate entities. So the commentary is not the text is not the commentary. They're separate witnesses. And so having Vetus of Libana having the reading in the main text and also in the commentary speaks volumes. So then there you have about 70 witnesses to the reading of Theodore Beza in the Latin. 70.
Presumed to have been written, which is quite a good testimony, quite an old good testimony as far as that goes. So now the problem, as I said, the problem is the fact that it's a versional witness, not the fact that it's not ancient. Let's see. So that was the last comment I had on part 16. I have some comments though on part 17. So let's see if I can jump there. And
name, but it's a huge name. How do you contract it without causing confusion? But here you see a different type of contraction. So, but he's like, no, it has to match up exactly, you know, well, the future tense matches up exactly. And so that's the main point. That's the main thing that I'm looking at. If I wanted to look at all the aspects of the triadic declaration in all versions, and you know, which have the past, the present, and the future, or which just have the past and present, or which have just past and future, it's like, well, that's a whole another different issue. I'm not against looking at all that, but because the scripts, it's the present now that's missing. Yeah, we had like a symbol, or when
I'm jumping around to try to get to the right spot.
Unmistakable. He says, I am that. Now, imagine if I am, you couldn't say that, or, you know, and it just had like a symbol or holy there or whatever. It's like, we know it's a holy name. And so that's the whole argument that I'm pointing at. So to say, okay, this only has the past and the future, it has the future reading. It's the present now that's missing. So that's got to be, you got to be able to explain that, not just, oh, it's just a mistranslation.
They're found in the Greek, but it doesn't. It actually has different tenses than the Greek has. Okay, so that was actually, I just passed it. This is the part I wanted to specifically respond to.
Yeah, not just, oh, it's just a mistranslation.
So my claim is not, and I want to make this abundantly clear, my claim is not that this is a mistranslation. My claim is that this might not be a literal translation. In other words, the translator for Beatus's Latin, whether that's a translator actually going back to the time of Tychonius or even earlier, or whether that's Beatus himself from a manuscript that he has, whoever the source is, my point is not that this is a mistranslation, but just that this translation is not necessarily a direct literal translation of underlying Greek. For one thing, we know it's not literal, even assuming that Beza's replacement here were correct, and that ho esomenos should be there. If that's the case, this does not have literally the same thing as ho esomenos. Even if we had at eris, that's still not the same thing as the Greek participle plus the article. It's similar, it's close, but it's not a direct literal translation of the Greek.
Like I was explaining last time, it's like, okay, I've done the math. 1 + 1 = 2. Someone else has done the math. 1 + 1 = 2, but they did it with a brown pencil. Does that ruin the conclusion? You know what I mean? Like, all you have to do is just get these and get them translated into Greek, get them translated into English, get them translated into Latin, whatever language it is, if it's in Greek or if it's in Latin, and they equal each other. And so TurretinFan's just getting all nitpicky about these won't translate properly, but why do they then translate properly? Like, even in the video I did yesterday, et futuris est, I put that into Google Translate and it has "and will be." It's like, it's equivalent to "and shall be." But TurretinFan's probably going to go, "Oh, will and shall are not the same." It's like, you're just looking for, it's like it says in the preface of the King James, if I think it's talking about something, making a hole, like a worm sort of making a hole. If it can't find one, it'll make one. He's trying to make an argument out of nothing.
And you'll notice that a lot of times English translations don't provide a wooden literal translation of the Greek, even pretty literal translations. Even here in Revelation 16, we don't usually say the one being, the one having been, and the one, if we follow Beza, we don't say and the one who will, the one coming to be, or something like that. We don't try to make it woodenly the same. We say the one who is and who was and shall be. But that isn't a literal translation of the underlying Greek.
Is and was and shall be is not a literal translation. This is just, it's really hard to listen to this. It is how it's exactly what you would translate it as. Even if you did a basic bog standard Google translate, it would translate it that way. The only people who would be doing this wooden thing is like the Young's literal translation, which translates, forever as ages until the ages. It's like, oh yeah, that's really literal, Young. No, we have a word called forever, which is literal. Ages to the ages. It's like, great,
For the Textus Receptus. That's even in English, we have that problem. This Latin translation has at least one layer of that problem. So the TR Latin, the Latin of Beza's 1598, is not woodenly literal either. That's it. So when you have the two verb forms here, it's not a question of mistranslation, it's a question of how literal is the translation. If it's very literal, then we have a new reading that's not found in any of the Greek manuscripts, reading with the.
So I don't know why TurretinFan's going this way. What he's been trying to do for quite a while is just say, well, so we don't have this reading in any Greek manuscript, like as if what we have today is all we've ever had, and which even just if he was to do a basic course on his side of textual criticism, they would say, well, what we've got today is just fragmentary. We've lost so much, and that's why I quote Dan Wallace with the World War II thing, 1 million manuscripts. That's just like, that just sort of saves me teaching that, but it just seems like TurretinFan doesn't know this, so and I guess that's why I'm so frustrated with him. I'm frustrated with him because he doesn't know, and I would just suggest that he follow, even if he followed like Peter Gurry or Tommy Wasserman or these guys and said, I want to, how many manuscripts do you think have been destroyed over the years? And can you give me some examples, or is there a good book on this? And that they would just say, yeah, well, we probably only got like 1% of all the manuscripts that have ever existed, sort of thing. But TurretinFan seems to think we've got like heaps, and I guess that I'm coming from the 1% angle. He's coming from, we've got 95% it's still, and that's why he's trying to fight against it. But what he's trying to do here, because he has this mindset that the correct reading is in Revelation 16:5 is hoon kahoen ho esomenos. So he's like, well, how did this Latin reading come to be, which has the future form? So he's like, well, they've mistranslated it, or they've not translated it woodenly. They've just had, instead of the past and the present, or the present and the past, whichever order they have it in, they've just gone with the past and the future here. So they've actually, because we all deep down know that there's only these manuscripts that back up the critical text. That's the word of God. So they must have had that same situation back then. And so instead of just going, no, they had a future form there, and they've translated it that way. So that's where I would see that coming from. But TurretinFan's just trying to throw all that out and just sort of desperately defend his Greek text, and so that's all that's ever existed. And now anything that's outside of that, he's like, well, it's a mistranslation. It's like, that's why it's so frustrating, because it's like, can't you see that is a representation of a document that would have had that in the Greek writing? And can't you see that if you have past, present, and future, and in some manuscripts you have past, present, and the future is missing. Some you have past and future, and the present is missing, or you have the past missing and just the present and the future. And as I pointed out before, in the Arminian manuscripts, it says eternal, or is. It has estin, the equivalent to estin is there. If you have that, then you would go, well, why some have the past, some have the present, some have this, some have that, some have is. You're like, well, and because I've told you this, that it's the expansion of the Tetragrammaton, which has been considered the most holy name of God. I know you don't like me saying that. You're like, well, Jesus is the holiest name of God. I'm talking about in biblical spheres and circles to Jewish people. They would have gone, like, if you were to say to John, what's a sacred name of God? It's Jehovah, or I am. We even capitalize I am in the Bible because it's a holy name, And God himself said, my name is Jehovah. I put so many scriptures, half the books on this. So that should be by now a mindset where you're like, it's a name. It's not just a bunch of verbs put together. It's not. This is a whole name. And so you should be able to recognize that if there is a name and the etymology is past, present, future, and sometimes the first bit's missing, sometimes second bit's missing, sometimes the third bit, sometimes it has holy, sometimes it, or the vast majority of the time it has holy. And to me, that is an indication that there has been something in that name that has been amended, and they put holy there, and they understood this. And whether that was a marginal gloss, I mean, if you listen to the gymnastics, the linguistic gymnastics that people go to try and make out that Cyprian was quoting 1 John 5:8 and doing a paraphrase of that, and just said the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. Well, we just said these three are one, but then apparently that became a marginal gloss. They added to it the Father, the Word, the Holy Spirit, and that was in the margins, and then people just started dragging it over and putting it into the text, and then all of a sudden, oh, we've got this reading that just so happens to fix the solecism that's there if you don't have it, but that's another story. I mean, it's like this fanciful tale about all that. My one's not fanciful. Is it the name of Jehovah? Yes. Is the name of Jehovah, the etymology of it, the same as I am? Yes, we've established that. Is the name of that I am is the main way that you can lexically translate I am, is that the future form shall be, as Coverdale, Luther, and a few other guys did. Yes. But contextually, we translate it as I am in the present. But they are going on into the future. And so there is that future aspect to it. And so, but regardless of that, even if it's just I am, okay, the I am has those three parts, the past, the present, and the future also. So I am has those three parts, Jehovah has those three parts. Then when you're expounding on the name of Jehovah, you would expect to see three parts, but you don't. In this one, you see the past, the present, and holy. In 11:17, you see past and present, no holy. Just vanish. I guess God doesn't exist in the future. Maybe we all just annihilationism. We just vanish, And the thing is, too, it comes down to eschatology. That in the Orthodox Church eschatology, many of them believe that Revelation 11 was akin to the millennium. So that's why it has who was and is, and they cut out who is to come, because he's not coming anymore. He's already come. That was one of Bruce Metzger's arguments. He said, well, Christ has already come. And it's like, oh, okay. Strange teachings. Anyway, I think you get my point. If you see any of these parts missing, past, present, future, and you have the word holy there, it's a name, nomina. Holy means sacred and holy. Nomina, sacra. Name, holy. Nomina, sacra. Jehovah, holy. Expansion of Jehovah, past, present, future, holy. Sometimes past, sometimes present. So it explains all these variants.
The past and future, and sanctus, and the Hosius. That's not found in any of the Greek manuscripts. If that's actually representative of the source or origin of the Diatus of Labienus.
And so notice another thing what TurretinFan does. Sorry to stop it every 10 seconds. But we'll deal with all this, right? But on previous videos, we're dealing with the manuscript that Beza had. So did Beza have a manuscript? Well, he said he did. TurretinFan's like, I don't believe he did. So he just doesn't mention it again. And it's like, okay, so he's like, all the evidence of manuscripts, here's a list of them. And it's like, well, what about the one that Beza said that he had? Well, we don't, and they've only known about that for the last 3 or 4 years. For the last 200 years, they haven't looked into it. The last 3 or 4 years, with people like me, Jeff Riddle, a bunch of other, hillbilly hicks just going around like, hey, look, we said he had a manuscript. We're just going along, just fumbling along like the 4 lepers, just like, shuffling along, and the camp of the Syrians are just all gone, and we're like, we've just won a major victory here. But what we see is these guys, they have to hold to their story, because it exposes how sloppy their scholarship is. It exposes that in Munster they haven't really been doing much, have they? Why haven't they talked about this manuscript. It proves that James White was completely wrong in his book. It proves that he was wrong in every single time he was talking about Revelation 16:5 and conjecture emendations. When he mentions about Theodore Beza, he said he did conjectural emendation. No, he didn't. He said he had a manuscript. So not only is it going against James White, not only is it going against people like TurretinFan for following James White, all the critical text guys for following James White, but also pretty much everyone in the academy existing today and going back for the last 200 years. And so this is damning evidence. So of course you're going to go, that's not real. It's not happening. No, this is not happening. And like, to me, it's just desperation. This is just running from the facts. The facts are being presented. You have to deal with it. But if you don't want to deal with it, I mean, that's cognitive dissonance. But when you get new information, what do you do with it? When I'm given new information, I have to respond to it. I have to think about it, and I have to work out, well, where does this leave me with this new information? I don't just dismiss it as non-existent. And the thing is, you guys are given new information with the manuscript, and it's like, with Beza saying he had a manuscript, an ancient, good, bona fide manuscript, and you just throw that out. And so then, when we're dealing with all this, he's saying none of the manuscripts match up. Well, how do you know that it's, why aren't you going with Beza's? Why can't you just say, well, perhaps Beza had a manuscript, perhaps there were other manuscripts like what Beza had? Because you don't want those pesky facts to get into the way of your story. And it's easier to leave those facts behind and just wave your arms around and say, oh, they're not really facts. Let's just pretend that Beza, he's like Joe Biden. He tricked himself. That's what Jan Kranz has said. And he's, in the academy. Jan Kranz had no idea about all this other stuff, just like James White had no idea about it. And then I've written my book. Jeff Riddle's written a bunch of stuff. A few other guys, Larry Brigden and a bunch of other guys have mentioned things. And at the end of the day, then Jan Kranz is like, oh, okay. And he's fixed up his site. He's put on, the translation of Beza and said he did say he had a manuscript, but he tricked himself. And so because he's up the ladder, he's further up there than James White. He's further up there than TurretinFan. They're like, higher powers up in the magisterium. You guys are closer to God because you guys are inventing or reinventing or restoring the word of God for us. We bow down to you. Tell us, what should we do with this conundrum that Nick Sayers and Jeff Riddle have figured out that Beza had a manuscript? And he's replied back and said, Joe Biden. And they're like, yeah, he had a Joe Biden moment. He's just forgetful. Mr. Forgetful. We used to have these Mr. Men books when we were little kids. Mr. Doubtful, Mr. Playful. I guess Beza would just be Mr. Forgetful. Forgot what he was doing.
Latin text, if it is, then it's a new reading that's not present in any of the Greek manuscripts, and it's also not the TR reading. It's the TR. It could represent one part of the TR reading that's of importance to Nick's book, but it's not the same as, it's not a literal translation that corresponds. That doesn't make it a mistranslation. That's not my position. It's not my contention. I just want to make that abundantly clear, that the argument doesn't stem from or run on the question of mistranslation. The next part of part 17 I wanted to address was about 45 minutes in. Let's see if I can jump there.
Where they put the key indicated that this is a nominus sacra by having sanctus there, but they were, sometimes they're putting on the end, sometimes they're putting it at the end to do with the middle. It'll be interesting to find more and more manuscripts as we go along, and to line these up with what they're saying about the past, the present, and the future. So let's continue.
And just to be clear, and Nick hasn't, I don't know who is listening less carefully, but this idea that Sanctus or Hosius was in the margin, or written in a line above the line, or written on the line below the line.
And if I say, like, exactly what I was just saying before about the comma. Oh, well, Cyprian, he came up with, John said, and these three are one. So I can't be talking about the comma Johannian because James White in his book and Metzger and all these other guys say it's not existent. So let's just say that he was writing a commentary and it ended up in a margin and then it ended up back in the text, So let's just, and there's no proof for any of this. But this is bread and butter, bog standard text criticism 101. You talk to a first year graduate in bibliology, and they will talk about this stuff. I run into them all the time. And but here I am. I'm saying, well, it's possible. And when I say things like it's possible, this is what I think. Obviously, I'm not saying yes. I've got it. Well, I found this note. It was in Latin. It was on the back of this manuscript and said, by the way, guys, what's been happening with, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is a possibility. And so I'm allowed to go, okay, well, here's all the facts, and that's where it ends. Now, here's where there is my own opinion, where I think perhaps it was in the margin. And obviously, I'm saying 3 or 4 different scenarios. So I'm not saying that these are concrete. He's like, where's the facts for that? Like, so I'm like, okay, a scenario could have been in the margin, could have been written on top, could have been written, after it, could have been written here. And he's like, where's the proof of all that? And it's like, well, I've given 3 or 4 scenarios. So wouldn't that in itself say that I'm not dogmatic to any of them? You know what I mean? But now it's like, where's the proof? It's like, I'm saying clearly that this is that, I've got the facts up to this point, as far as I can see. Well, how did they always put it on the end there? I don't, my thoughts are maybe it was in the margin, maybe it was written on top. I'm not really that sure. Oh, where's the proof of that?
And then found its way into the text. That's a story about how it could have arisen that it went into the text, but there's not any direct evidence that that's what happened. So it's not like we found a manuscript that has one of those examples, and therefore we speculate that crept its way into the text. No. None of the manuscripts that we have such a text. It's just a speculation.
If we delete Beza, and if we just say that the Ethiopic arts, not mistranslated, but just elaborated, Beatus of Libana, the commentary and the text are just not wooden translation, just that they weren't doing a wooden translation, so they were just translating the past and the present as a future. Hamo Halberstadensis, same. Just wave your hand around, and all the evidence just magically goes away. Apparently,
about how it could come in, and from my standpoint, that's kind of wishful thinking. And before Nick says it, yes, there are critical text folks who do create stories a lot like that, but that doesn't make it right when they do it, and it doesn't make it right when Nick does it. And it's not one of these 2 wrongs make it right scenarios. Where if
so I'm going to love it when TurretinFan is talking about 1 John 5:7, and he starts going to these anecdotes about Erasmus and the rash wager and the rush to print, and also he promised to he promised to put the text in if the rash wager thing, if someone found a manuscript, and also how Codex Montfortianus was actually made for Erasmus. That's amazing. but also never questioning the numbering system. Like Codex Montfortianus, if you read what Adam Clark says about it, it seems like a completely different manuscript to what is called the British Codex. But that's a whole nother thing.
They do it, then Nick gets to do it, and it's fine.
Well, TurretinFan does this as well. He's you get to the point where you have a certain amount of evidence, and when you don't have any more evidence for something, you speculate and you say, I'm speculating here, this and that. There's nothing wrong with doing that, because sometimes you might be positioning your mind in a certain way, and then later on you're like, nah, that doesn't match this, and this. And then you speculate it in it. And I've put several arguments out. Could have been in the margin, could have been written on top, could have been just written as it is in the Greek manuscripts next to it, could have been a line above it, could have been, I'm putting all that out there. And TurretinFan's like, no, you're not allowed to have an original thought. It's like a lot of these things, like even when James White was like, well, did Beezer know about the Ethiopic? It's like, well, that's got nothing to do with whether Beezer knew about it or not. And I could have just said that and just gone, well, probably not, but it's a future form. But I went, oh, maybe he did know. And I've got, the more that I actually go through and go, yeah, I think he actually did. I'm just following intuition and just going, well, I don't have any proof of it. Let's just go through it. And it's just gotten to the point now it's ridiculous for someone to argue against it. You know what I mean? And, Charles Stephanus wrote a book on the Ethiopic Bible. Charles Stephanus, the son of Henry, the son of Robert Stephanus, the brother of Henry, who printed all of Theodore Beezer's material. It's just and it's not like I've chosen to go down that avenue. It's just James White going blah 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 blah, saying something stupid, and it's like, well, no, I think there's more to it than that. Let's look at it. And you look at it, and it's like, well, I think I'm pretty justified in saying that, even though it's a complete distraction. It's just James White, one little thing he says that's not even relative. I never said that Theodore Beezer got the reading from an Ethiopic manuscript. Never once. But he's like, what? Beezer got it from the Ethiopic. It's like, never said that. I just said it's got the same reading. That's all I said. But then it's opened up in a whole can of worms. Nick says that, he got it from and half of the debate with Stephen Boyce was about the Ethiopic and all this stuff. It's like, guys, just look at Hoskias. Hoskias says the Ethiopic has a future form, et futuris est, or et eris. It means shall be. What do you want to do about that? You just say, yes, that's evidence, or, throw dust in the air. And these guys have just been throwing dust in the air. And unfortunately, they're just repeating also each other's arguments. So it sort of gets to the point where you just constantly mopping up. Just one person just vomits forth one little thing, and you're just mopping that up because these guys are regurgitating that same stuff on you all the time. Blah, blah,
And he's replacing the end on the basis that this is the way to do it within the sacro.
But we are allowed to have speculation. This is part of thinking. This is part of critical thinking. Anyone who doesn't speculate, I would say they're not using their brain. Okay. But you're given one fact. You don't just go, oh, that's one fact, and don't let your brain think. You go, what about this? What about that? And you might think 20 wrong things, but one of those things might be right. And then you get another fact and you adjust accordingly. And then you get another fact and you adjust accordingly. And then after a while, you've developed a picture and you exclude all your previous conclusions and you go with the conclusion that's most logical. And so there's nothing wrong with speculation, but it has to be backed up by facts. See, the thing is, with the critical text issues to do with Erasmus, to do with Cyprian, to pretty much do with everything, they're easily disproven. And so just because I've said, this, well, the thing is, can I get TurretinFan to just, let's just go back to Hoskia. Can I get him to explain to me why here in the Armenian manuscripts, it just has is. Righteous is he which exists and holy, which exists. Where's the past, present, and the future there? It's like, I am. Righteous is he which I am and holy, which to be and holy, which Jehovah and holy, which, you know what I mean? Can't you see that this is relative to having Greek manuscripts that have the holiest name of God? Look, in the Arabic, it has, instead of wasn't is to come, it has the eterne, the eternal one. The past, the present, and the future, the eternal one. How does that, see, my case explains the Arabic. My case explains the Armenian. My case, it explains the Ethiopic with the future reading of Eris. Mine explains the Beatus of Libana with the futurist S, which is equivalent to Wisomenos. Mine explains all this. Yours doesn't. Yours just has this, following the Greek text that's available to us now, forgetting all this historical information, not explaining how that happened, not explaining how that happened, not explaining how that happened, not explaining how does all that happen? How does the Arabic just have eternity? Why can't you explain all this? Mine explains it. Why does it have what's equivalent to is, I am, to be, in the middle of the Armenian text?
So why would you have such another Greek basis upon which to create this Latin? And likewise, why would Latin do nominus sacra differently if that was the plan? So in short, although this is different, this reading is not the original Greek reading because of the difference.
But like I said, before the 10th century, 4 manuscripts.
They were of interest to Nick, but they were not witnesses to the text. And he said, well, you're ignoring some of these are about the I am statements. Well, Haimo Halber, the way he cites him is as Haimo Halber Stadensis. As I said, it may be pseudo Haimo, but anyway, this author, and you can see that the text begins down here, and I heard the angel of the waters, that is, etc., etc.
So, has the name Jehovah there. But let's continue.
Oh, before I continue, just a quick comment to Nick. Do check out the first part of this episode. Some of the material there hopefully will be of interest to you, regardless of the parts you disagree with in the rest of this. So, as far as being a witness to an underlying text, just doesn't seem to be a witness to the text of the TR. If anything, Eustace S.
It doesn't seem to be a witness to the text of the TR. Okay, so, well, I guess, he's looking at the underlying text here, which is pretty much just what the Vulgate has, I'm pretty sure.
Spieras Sanctus is more easily explained from the original Greek than from the TR, both because it has Sanctus, it doesn't have Dom.
So no one's claiming that it's in the main text. They're claiming it's in the commentary.
So there's an interesting question about whether it's in the text or in the commentary. And
another thing, I don't know how many copies of Haimo Halberstadensis there is. If there's 15, 100 of them, 200, I have no idea. If that's in the commentary, that's all witnesses. So we would have if they're going to count Andreas as all separate witnesses to the Book of Revelation, then I would count Hamer Halberstadensis if he's got 20 manuscripts that are extant today with those readings in them. I would count them as representations and independent witnesses of this reading.
Okay, good to hear that, Nick. Yeah, at the very beginning, I did have a discussion of some blog posts that I posted, including a couple of pre-Reformation quotations that you might find interesting. Some of, at least one or two of them, you might, if you continued at the same, book as a second edition, they might be something worth including in the second edition. But of course, check them and see if they're actually, up to par. All right, so let's continue here. And it has 3 errors, just one.
Sorry.
It's easier to see this as just a simplification of what's there.
Yeah, sorry guys, because this the sound's low on TurretinFan's one, I have to turn it up to full volume each time and then back when he talks. And so I'll just rewind that.
All right, so let's continue here. And it has errors, just one. It's easier to see this as just a simplification of what's there. So I'll jump ahead again. I think the question was whether we're talking about the right section. And then I make an accusation around 145. Let's see, about...
Sorry, I thought that was him.
The author of the King James Version today. And as I mentioned earlier in the episode, I don't mind that he's anonymous. I'm also sort of anonymous here. And before I was even more anonymous, and I'm totally okay with that. No problem with it. The only challenge that I was mentioning is that Nick sometimes brings him out as though he is some kind of expert in languages or something like that. And I just don't know. Maybe he is. I mean, for all I know, he could be a professor of Latin. But, the better he is at languages, the more I have a problem with his explanation here. But we'll come back to that hopefully shortly.
Well, I think the proof's in the pudding. If you just read through KJV today, read through his website, you can see his abilities in linguistics are superior. And oftentimes he reverts back to, well, Dan Wallace says this in his, Greek grammar basics book. And he's just pointing out some of those arguments because TurretinFan, James White, people should just go, oh, well, Dan Wallace says it, so I agree, sort of thing. And oftentimes he's just doing that. It's his prerogative to remain anonymous. I mean, TurretinFan has TurretinFan. Yeah. Doesn't have his own name there.
Amen. Yeah, it's not on my driver's license, TurretinFan.
Let's see if it was unreasonable what was written there. Let's just have a quick read of this. So it says, it appears, so notice that, it appears.
So I appreciate that it says it appears, but it doesn't appear to be what the author of King James Version today says. That's my concern. There are times when things can be, it's like in the eye of the beholder, but this is one of those things where it's just a faulty understanding of what was said.
As though the original commentary, so usually when you're saying things like it appears or perhaps or TurretinFan seems to overlook some of the language here. It appears as though, like, so to someone like the man who's written the KJV Today website, his own personal opinion is that it appears as though the original commentary included the biblical text as conjectured by Beza. So he's saying that for this person, it looks as though the original commentary had the whole reading of past, present, and future, because that's exactly what he talks about.
So, no, that's not what he talks about. That's part of the problem, but I'll explain this. Hopefully, I'll try to do a better job explaining this than I did before. And I'll first do it in a quick acknowledgement, which is sometimes it does happen. And I mentioned this earlier in the episode. I'm mentioning it again now. Sometimes it does happen that someone will take the scripture text of a commentary and they will correct the scripture text of the commentary to a prevailing text that's present, in their area, or the one that they use for church, or just the oldest copy that they have because they trust it the most, whatever the reason is. They may take it and adjust the scripture text, but then leave the commentary text untouched. And therefore, you'll have a situation where there will be a non-alignment. The scripture text will say one thing, but the commentary says something different. That does happen sometimes. And I'm not trying to rule out the possibility that this happened with this particular author, but that still doesn't get us to the idea that the original commentary included the biblical text as conjectured by Beza. And I'll explain why. Let's see. I think Nick will come to the text comment more specifically in just a minute.
And then listen to this. And whoever compiled the present edition of the commentary took the commentary section from the original commentary and took the biblical text from a faulty version of the Vulgate with only the past reading there. So they're saying, okay, it's got the past reading, but it should read for the past, the present, and the future.
So the problem with that is that would work if the commentary mentioned that the text says the past, present, and future, but then you look in the actual text and it doesn't say the past, present, and future. In fact, let's see if I can actually share this. Hopefully I can share this tab instead. So you can see here's this exposition on the Apocalypse, book 5. Let's see. Terrible to be trying to do this live. Let's see. So you see that here, here's the Latin text, Descentem justus est qui eras sanctus. Now, this is if the author of the KJV today was saying this text has been corrupted, the way to say that would be something like, instead, it shouldn't say qui eras sanctus, because that means that would imply that the person was holy, like past tense, and that sounds weird. But the thing is this, the actual commentary text here doesn't say that the scripture text that's being considered has some different reading. And notice this is an embedded scripture text in the flow of this commentary. Now, maybe there's an exemplar that this is based on that has the scripture text, like et audivi angelum aquarium, or aquarum, has that line separate, and then has the commentary, and then has a separate line, and then more commentary, and then a separate line. But you'll notice that the way that this author has done it, it's interwoven into the text. You can see with the way that the petrologist here has put the scripture text in italics, that the scripture text is interwoven into the commentary text. It's not separated out. There's not a separate scripture text and then a commentary text. It's an interwoven text. But anyway, this justus est qui eras sanctus. Now we could, look up here. This is something else. We could look up here and see if, in some cases, there are big blocks of scripture text and then the comments that follow. Calvin, in his commentaries, does it that way. But this text has it interwoven into the text. Sometimes it's the start of the paragraph. Like in this one, this starts a paragraph, but then it starts in immediately with his comments, and then the paragraph continues with scripture text. So even this scripture text is part of the commentary flow. So this idea of a corrupted text in there is already a little bit far-fetched. But what's worse is this. The commentary text itself says that the past here stands for the 3 times. That means that the text of the commentary is saying that the past, the eros here, stands for 3 times. That means that the exemplar text that the commentator is looking at just has that past tense. It doesn't have 3 times, it just has the past tense. And he's saying that that text that just has the past tense, which matches the exact text provided here in the flow of the commentary, that this stands for 3 times. It's like if you saw the word Jehovah, you say Jehovah stands for he who is and was and will be. But what's in the text is Jehovah, and that one word, Jehovah, stands for all 3. Well, he's not saying that the word Jehovah stands for all 3, he's saying it's that this past tense stands for all 3. So the actual text of the commentary agrees with the scripture text quoted in the commentary. It doesn't reflect a different text, and it doesn't reflect Base's text.
I think he just shot himself in the foot there. Because let's just read through this comment here. It says, it appears as though the original commentary included the biblical text as conjectured by Beza, because the past, present, and future. And whoever compiled the present edition of the commentary took the commentary section of the original commentary and took the biblical text from a faulty version of the Vulgate. Okay, so the commentary is because what you have is someone saying, well, in the past, it's got these 3 elements there. And so this is just a representation. It's got the past there, but it should represent the past, present, and future. Okay. And so you've got someone writing that in the commentary. And that's where he's gotten that from somewhere. Okay. That information. So it appears that the original commentary included the biblical text, okay? But whoever compiled the present edition of the commentary took the commentary section from the original commentary and took the biblical text from a faulty version of the Vulgate. Because if you knew that that was happening, wouldn't you just amend the text? But I guess what's happened is there's been because these things just didn't arise without the knowledge of the commentator. The commentator has the original text, but then it seems that later, this is according to KJV today, it appears that later someone's written that the 3 times there is represented by the past, because that's what they're reading in the text. And so they've got the commentary with this past, present, and future reading, and they're acknowledging that, well, in the text it only has the past reading, but you wouldn't expect that would be original, because it would seem that the original commentator would just say, this needs to say the past, present, and future. Or why would he only adopt just that one reading there and not the reading that he knows and is commenting on in the other edition? Anyway, it's a very technical point, and it's just a point of view of the KJV today guy. So I'm in no way just defending him just for the sake of it, just because he's a KJV guy. But I just think that TurretinFan's just trying to simplify this when he's like, well, this is how it appears to me. And I'm trying to put myself in his shoes going, well, how does it appear to me? And it's like, well, yeah, it definitely he's got the text. And notice he's saying conjectured, because a lot of this information is before the manuscript. But this is before my book came out, because obviously this is in my book. So, but and whoever compiled the present edition of the commentary took the commentary section from the original commentary and took the biblical text out of a faulty version of the Vulgate. And so, but what we've got to be careful of is exactly how TurretinFan has interpreted this. So let's go to Homo Halberstadensis on my website. should be there. I should really get more into Hamo. I've been mentioning him quite a lot. So he has, thou art just who are holy. In past times, it is used here for 3 times, that is for past, present, future, who were holy and shall be just. Who were, holy, are, and shall be. Okay. There are 2 interesting features of this commentary. First, the quotation of the biblical text is not Beza's conjectured reading. However, is neither the reading found in the existing manuscripts nor in the Vulgate. The reading being translated, you are just, who were holy, is missing the clause, and who are, Latin, quies. The Vulgate reads, dissentum justus est quies equi eris sanctus. Okay, so he's saying that even the guy who's writing the commentary, he's saying, well, this is what it's saying, but it's neither the reading found in the original manuscript nor in the Vulgate. So it's a different reading. Second, the commentary includes a sentence, who were holy, are, and shall be just, using the verbs eras, es, and eris. The association of justice with the past, present, and future only occurs at Beza's Revelations 16:5. The previous Triadic declarations 1:4, 1:8, 4:8, and 11:17 do not associate the formula with God's justice. Hamo's commentary text carries the sense of Beza's Latin translation of his 1598 Textus Receptus, which reads, Justus est domine quies, qui eras, and qui eris. Beza chose eris as his translation of Asominus shall be, which is also the Latin word in Hamo's commentary. So in Beza's Latin translation. Hamo used eris shall be for the future rather than venturus est is to come, despite the previous occurrences of the formula in 1:4:8 and 4:8 in the Vulgate having venturus est as the future. It appears as though the original commentary included the biblical text as conjectured by Beza. So that's his conclusion because of all this. Okay, because he's saying that not only is the text not matching up, where you have just the past, but he's saying in past times it had you are just who were holy is missing in the clause. You are just who are holy. And who are, the Latin reads, this. So, there's more to it than meets the eye. And so I guess, I'm trying to get my head around what TurretinFan's saying and the KJV Today author. I think I'll do some more work on Hamo Halberstadensis because also we're just dealing with one English commentary on that, because sometimes when we get the Latin and we throw it into something like a Google Translate, we can get a very good picture of what's going on. And so, but I don't actually even have the Latin there. I've got it here, but not written out. But let's just check out this website here. Okay, it's an error. So I no longer have that website available. But he's definitely saying that is the past, the present, and the future. In Hamo Halberstadensis. See, that's the interesting thing. I haven't even got dates of Hamo Halberstadensis. So I've really got to get up to scratch with that on my website. I'm not really sure. Maybe I've written more about it in my book. I might have just copied that over. Let's check out Hamo. And I believe Hamos can be saved. Not like Stephen Anderson. His God is limited in who he can save and who he can't. Beta Sublime Banner. Hamo Helvestensis. Okay, let's look at what I wrote here. Let's zoom it in. Commentaria in Apocalypsen is a commentary on the Book of Revelation written by 9th century German Bishop Hamo Halberstadensis. Okay, so 147. I'm just going to try and click on that. Yes, it comes up. So that should be the link that I changed to. Well, at least it goes to the book. Homo, Apocalypsum, BD, Johannes Libri. So I wonder if that's BT is Beatus. I wonder if I can just zip down to Revelation 16:5 here. Okay, that's chapter 6. Probably a bit too far. Oh no, looks like it's in sections. That looks like chapter 7. Quite a big commentary, actually. Or maybe it's section 7. Wow, there's so much to go through. I'd love to go through all this in all the Triadic declarations, see what's said here, because it's quite interesting. But that's going to take a bit of time, but I'll definitely leave that open. So I've got what's written, KJV Today website. This is another strong evidence to the future aspect of the Triadic declaration, but White again shrugs this off. But with the recent discovery of Jerome's quotation, it's perfectly plausible that the commentary was written concerning a reading Jerome had. This is something White mocked in his exposure of the Yellow Host. So I showed you that video of James White acting like a hillbilly and all the rest of it. So anyway, that is interesting, but I still don't have the Latin quotation there. So I'm going to work on Hamo Halberstadensis. Let's continue.
So I don't know where the King James Version Today author got the idea. Maybe it was a bad translation of what was said, or maybe he was assuming that the comments there were not the comments of the commentator, but were actually comments of an editor instead, and that they're just...
I think that's what he's saying there, because he's saying it appears though the original commentary included the biblical text as conjectured by Beza, and whoever compiled the present edition of the commentary took the commentary section of the original commentary and took the biblical text from a faulty version of the Vulgate.
It's not labeled, but there's nothing else in the commentary that would give you a sense that there's a flaw in the text there. So, no.
I doubt that TurretinFan's read through the commentary.
I can't agree with the author of the KJV Today website, whether it's somebody who's an absolute genius or not. I didn't have any direct comments on part 18. I think part 18 was just a very gentlemanly response from Nick. I don't feel the need to rub in what he had said there. Part 19, let's see. In part 19, there was one point that was raised that was saying that Dr. White is the guru of conjectural emendations. I hope Dr. White has never called himself that. I wouldn't call him that. Not that I think he's not smart. He's a smart guy, but I wouldn't call him the guru of conjectural emendations. I don't think he presents himself that way. My recollection is that when it came to conjectural emendations, he recommended a book by Jan Kranz, this Beyond What Is Written. Nick has pointed that out in his episodes, Beyond What's Written, in several of the episodes. And God willing, in the next episode, we'll actually get into some of the material from that book, because some of the material from that book is relevant to our discussion. But yeah, no, Dr. White doesn't tend to refer to himself as a guru or anything like that, in my experience. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does call himself a guru now. I know he calls himself Uncle Jimmy sometimes, or Grandpa Jimmy, or something like that. When he's reading some old stories from Gnostics or something like that, he'll kind of jokingly call himself Uncle Jimmy or Grandpa Jimmy or whatever. But that's. I don't think he's ever called himself the guru of contextual limitations. I don't know who does. Maybe people do. I don't. But anyway, I would say if he does, then it's more of the, what's the right word? There's a scriptural admonition that warns us against trying to become teachers because you're going to be judged by a higher standard. So, be careful. If you want to think that you're the go-to guy for contextual limitations, then you need to be really ready on contextual limitations, and you shouldn't let anything surprise you. And I don't think he calls himself that. I think he puts himself out there as that. I don't think he's written any books specifically on contextual limitations, although he has the King James Only Controversy, which mentions contextual limitations a few times. So I don't know. But anyway, that's that. Beyond what's written, I mentioned, God willing, that will be in the next episode. Around 2:54:30, let's see. See if I can get the link. I have it here somewhere. What is it? Let's see. Give it a shot here.
Interesting. So there's a bit of an accusation against Hoskia there.
So, in terms of this accusation, I think there was a question raised, and interestingly, I would have gone to some of these same places for the comments. But the question was, did Hoskia know Ethiopic? And my answer on that is, as far as I know, he did not know Ethiopic.
I think it's very much a similar thing.
And
it's interesting. Hoskia wrote about it.
He did do this interesting article suggesting that one of the early papyrus manuscripts was very similar to the Ethiopic at many places, which apparently has been essentially debunked. Which was in one way interesting, another way disappointing. I'm not 100% sure what to think of it all, but there's a chapter, and Nick actually put a little bit of the chapter on the screen during that episode. But there's a chapter provided by Kurt Nickham called Hoskia and his per version of the Ethiopic. Because Kurt likes to have this kind of hard-edged tone. I'm not a big fan of using per version to talk about versions we don't like. But, anyway, I tried the KJV guys who do that with calling the new translations per version. So I'm get a chance to do it with Kurt here as well.
Actually, James White does that. If you listen to his Gal Ripplinger responses, I think it's in 4 audios where he's, originally calling up Gal Ripplinger. They said, it's sort of like a debate, but they're just on the phone. And he mentions in those that he made a stand against the Revised Standard Version and against such perversions. And it's like, because a lot of even conservative people were worried about those type of versions coming out because they attacked the virgin birth. They had a young woman instead of virgin. They had a lot of changes, which even conservative people in the critical text camp, they were worried about this, and they were saying it was perversion. But people were burning this edition, and so, yeah.
Not a fan of that. He said his comment. Actually, I think I can share this screen. Maybe I shouldn't. These are. Well, anyway, so at page 267 of that same book, in that chapter, he says that Hoskia relied too heavily on the Latin translation of the Ethiopic found in Walton's Polyglot. I don't know, by the way, if Kurt had considered whether or not the updated translation of the Ethiopic was considered by Hoskia or not. But it's really neither here nor there. The point is the same. He relied on the Latin translation. If you go through Hoskia, you'll never find any Gies characters in there. You'll always find him citing it in terms of the Latin. Occasionally, he'll cite it in terms of Greek, but it's either Greek or Latin. He doesn't put the Gies characters or a phonetic version of the Gies characters or anything like that. Again, at page 268, he mentions, it was just an interesting comment that he said that although the Ethiopic doesn't have articles, there are ways translators could preserve it. It's hard to preserve it back in Latin, though. Not that it's impossible. Then he says at page 269 that the Latin translation led Hosker astray. The Latin translation at 2 Corinthians 3:1, that is. He says, dependent on the faulty Latin, Hosker couldn't avoid deducing that the translator had such and such a text in front of his eyes, but actually that was a mistake based on a faulty translation. Here was an interesting observation that Nickham offered at page 271. He said, they often produced different sentence structures, changed grammatical relationships, and altered wordings. Therefore, when a translator opts for native word order, omits redundancies, or converts passive voice to active or indirect speech to direct, the Guise text almost always defies retroversion into Greek, let alone into Latin and then into Greek. Hoskier's modus operandi. So into Latin and then into Greek, which was Hoskier's modus operandi here, he's quite right in saying it's hard enough to translate Guise just back into Greek, let alone through Latin into Greek. And since Hoskier was working with the Latin, it was tough. It's really tough when you do these second and third order translation efforts. It's really hard to translate back from Guise to Greek because of differences in the language. It's not impossible, though. And anyway, that's kind of the point there. There was an interesting comment as well, and I see, Nick, you're still here. So, and in that same book at page 273 about divine names, and I thought this might be of interest. He said in the earliest attested text of the Guise Bible, this same, and he provides the Guise word. He says the same Guise word renders both theos and kurios. So in other words, this, I don't know if you remember, but there was some, Stephen Boyce had a Smithsonian guy translate the Guise into English, and there was some question about whether the word was God or Lord, if I remember right. And it would be very interesting to track down if this particular word, which is apparently used by Guise to render both theos and kurios, if that's indeed the word, and then it kind of all makes sense that the translator thought that the corresponding Greek word was God, or theos, and in fact, perhaps the actual Greek word could easily have been Lord.
No, I've done enough homework on that to show that the word Lord in the Ethiopic there, it's exactly the same word that Jesus said, many will say unto me, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out demons in your name, prophesy in your name, do many wonders in your name? The word Lord, Lord there is exactly the same as what appears in Revelation 16:5. I've looked at other places, who say that Jesus Christ is Lord. I've looked that up, and it's exactly the same word, Lord. And so it's kurios. Now, I'm not sure this book that TurretinFan is reading here. I'll have to look into that. But as far as what I can see, Ethiopic scholarship is pretty poor. And for Stephen Boyce to get his friend, I think it was from the Smithsonian, or he said he contacted Knust, who's like an expert in Ethiopic. And if that is, what we're expecting from, the gurus, I'm just saying gurus, like the guys who are up the ladder. And sometimes it's not wrong to be the guru. I'm not saying that guru is always a bad word, but the gurus of the text, and they're getting it that wrong. I think that was probably one of the things that made it so embarrassing to Stephen Boyce, because he's gone to this expert and he's gotten a lot of information, and a lot of it's wrong. And I do go through that in my rebuttal videos that I've got on YouTube. And I just sort of point out, well, no, if you just do a word search with this word in other places, it's mostly kurios. I'm sure there's probably, even the word God is, I'm pretty sure in the King James it's used for kurios. But that's because you had Jehovah and Jehovah. One is Lord and the other one's God. They're all both in all capitals, but it's like 305 times it's translated as God. And so you do have that crossover. It is the Lord God, and that's why I'm going to expound more on the Lord God Almighty and what that means and what it means to the name of Jehovah and everything in Revelation 5:7. But I'll deal with that later. But yeah, I think the whole thing, it's almost like people are mystifying the Ethiopic language because it's rarely ever talked about. I just find that people are like, well, it's just wrong. And, Arabic, Hebrew, Syriac, these can all be deciphered and understood and translated. And I don't see any reason why the Ethiopic couldn't be deciphered and translated and understood.
Curious. So, and I think, by the way, we talked a little bit about the fact that the Greek manuscripts predominantly don't have Lord there, but the Ethiopic does seem to have it here, or God, if the Smithsonian guy is right, which, that I don't have a good reason to think he is. I just mentioning it because of the interest. So that's at page 273 of that same book, just for your reference, Nick. And then he says, Royce rightfully dismisses Hosker's claim that this word, this G's word, must parallel theos. And translators could distinguish between them if they wanted to, such as using a different word for kurios and a different word for theos. But the two uses of the same word could reflect kurios, kurios, theos, theos, kurios, theos, or theos, kurios. So it's an interesting problem when you use the same word in Ge'ez to represent two different words in Greek. If you're trying to figure out which word in Greek is the original of the source. So that was all the comments I had for parts 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. I don't think I had any additional ones on 12, but I was not completely done listening to 12 when I decided to go ahead and do this episode. So I might have some more comments on 12 that I don't expect to. My biggest comment to Nick at this point is I'm getting close to the end. I expect to have not much more than 2 or 3 more episodes. I can't imagine that I'll have more than 2 or 3 more episodes responding to the book at this point, because I've responded to everything through page 170, which leaves the conclusion, and which ends at page 176. The appendix, which is largely a big block quotation to something that James White, a block quotation of James White for multiple pages, and then a brief comment on it. And as you know, I'm kind of loath to spend a lot of time trying to, get behind every single thing that Dr. White said, unless it at least has some connection to the topic. And then there's about the author, which I can't imagine I have anything to disagree with about the author. I appreciate that. And then there's the back cover, which is really more about the author. So I can't imagine that that's going to be a lot of additional material. On top of that, I will have, God willing, as I said, some discussion about Beza and conjectures from the book that has come up a couple of times. Nick has mentioned it a few times. Dr. White has mentioned it and recommended it in the material that we've already talked about. And it deals with Beza and conjectures. And I definitely want to get into it because, and this is just a teaser for the next section, I guess, but Beza has said, what is it? There was a really fun quotation from Beza. See if I can find it. Yes. This is a quotation provided by Jan Kranz from Beza. And Beza says, "To me, it has always been a matter of utmost scrupulousness not to change even a tittle in these holy books out of mere conjecture." So
that would mean that if you're saying Beza has a conjecture there, then he's a liar. So this is the thing. I know TurretinFan doesn't like me saying, well, you're saying Erasmus is a liar, Beza is a liar, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's I'm just going to the ultimate conclusion. If Erasmus is saying I'm doing a conjectural limitation like James White's saying, so either James White's wrong or Beza's correct. But if he's saying that he had a manuscript and he tricked himself and he's just, so I guess he's not a liar, he's a Joe Biden guy. So either he's lying, it's like the those three choices of the Josh McDowell, Lord Liar or lunatic. He's either saying the truth, or he's a liar, or he's a lunatic, and these are the choices. And I'm just at times going, well, you're saying he's a liar there. Oh, okay, no, you're not saying he's a liar. You're saying he's a lunatic there. Where I'm saying no, he has the correct reading.
If I were writing Nick's book today, with all the benefit of everything that's come out, including all the stuff since he originally wrote the book, one of the things I would definitely put up front is that quotation from Beza, because Beza is pretty boldly saying, he's making a matter of pride, as it were, that he does not change even a tittle.
But the thing is, it's not about that. It's about he says that, but then Jan Kranz, James White, and others don't believe it. So this is the thing with Erasmus. Erasmus said that he got accused of a crime, which was back translating the Latin into Greek. So he said he did this in one spot where he spotted homoiouton in Revelation 19. But then I'll actually bring this quote up, because this is another thing where people are like, let's just not look at what's being said. Let's okay, so the last 6 verses of Revelation. And the strange thing is, I was talking about this the other day on James Snap's group on Facebook, and he just said, okay, if you go through and collate the whole manuscript of 2049, then you can have an opinion on it. I'm like, I doubt James Snap's done that. Who's done that? And why do you have to do that to have an opinion on a manuscript? And so sometimes James Snap Jr. just says the oddest thing. Sometimes it's really intelligent, but then he just says the strangest things. And it's like, what on earth? So I'll type in the word crime. We are. Answer to Lee's annotations. Okay, so in Latin, it says, translated as, not content with that, he, Lee, accused me of an impious crime, that at the end of the book of Revelation, I added a small number of words in a Greek codex from our Latin copies. So historically, Erasmus had stood against back translating and was disgusted to have been accused of it in his text. So, I mean, if I put that quotation, people would just say, well, what do you expect? Erasmus is a liar. You know what I mean? And so what do we expect of Beza? Beza's, he's saying he doesn't have conjectures, but I mean, Joe Biden's saying he's all for peace. You know what I mean? Like, he's a Joe Biden guy. These are all the Three Stooges, remember? So they're not believing their testimony, where I do believe their testimony. I usually give people the benefit of the doubt. So anyway, this is in my article, last 6 verses of Revelation on my website.
In these holy books out of mere conjecture. Now, unfortunately, the question might be, how does that cash out? Does he in fact ever make conjectures? Did he actually make any conjectural emendations to the text? And what does he mean by mere conjecture? How is that different from some other kind of conjecture? Well, God willing, we'll get into that more in the next episode. But I thought it was an interesting quote. And I see there's another comment from Nick. He says, Hoskier loosely a TR defender, but was not like Beza and the reformers. He was more a majority text type, following Burgon. He once went to a spirit medium to find out the provenance of a manuscript. That's not the only odd thing he had to do. I don't know about, I'm not familiar with that story, but there's a story that's told in one of the books that I was looking at. In fact, it's in that same one with the perversions chapter by Kurt Nickham. Another chapter, I think it's one contributed by Jan Kranz, tells a story about how Hoskier seriously considered a variant reading that was only attested by a alleged spiritual revelation or something like that, which definitely seemed like an unusual thing to do. But apparently he took seriously those kinds of spiritual mediums and that kind of thing. So I'm not ready to jump on board and just endorse everything that Hoskier said. He's an interesting character. He seems to be kind of one of these eccentric people who had a lot of money and a fascination with the Bible. And it was interesting to see some of the materials where he said in his like the prolegomena of his work on the Apocalypse, things like he would order photographs of a particular text that he wanted to review, only to find out that he already had a collation of that particular manuscript or something like that. And this kind of the frustration. And you can kind of imagine, having done enough of this, not having to go through all the trouble that he goes to, but just going to the trouble of trying to go through Google Books and trying to find, let's say, like the 1513 printing of such and such a thing, or the 1516 printing of the same thing. And that's a relatively simple, inexpensive procedure, but it can take enough time. And I'm sure Nick has experience doing this as well. You can spend hours tracking down some obscure source that's hard to find, even with all the internet search tools that are out there. And then in the end, it might turn out to be something that wasn't worth all the effort that you put into it. I can't imagine, commissioning someone to go and photograph the manuscript, get back the photographs of the manuscript, and then discover that's a manuscript that you've already previously seen or previously reviewed, or was already collated by Tischendorf or whoever. That has to be one of those frustrating things for somebody like Hoskier. But he's an interesting character, but he didn't, as far as I can tell, he did not read Guise. He was not when he talks about what it says, he's reliant on the Latin. And therefore, it's not as though he should be taken as though he has some kind of expertise in understanding Guise or in reviewing the actual Guise words. He's just reliant on.
Well, it does seem to me that he compared, P, I think it was 47, with the Ethiopic. So, which is not a small feat to collate a manuscript like that. So, I think there's a link. Maybe I should just type in Hoskier Ethiopic. Yeah, so Hoskier shows parallels between P46 and the Ethiopic version of the Pauline epistles. Okay, so let's see if we can find that work. Okay. Oops, wrong copy. There we go. Codex Speeds and its allies. Okay, so it did have something about Ethiopic on this in search. No, it's just one of those sort of spammy ones. Okay, maybe we can find some of Hoskia's material on the World Catalogue. Madame Hoskia. Definitely not him. Okay, Elliot, okay, Hoskia. First time from manuscripts at. That doesn't look like the same one that we've been usually looking at. Complete commentary of Ecumenius on the Apocalypse. Okay, it looks like a different book than the usual one. Anyway, it says it's got an ebook, so maybe, hopefully, we can see if it's the same. Why? Okay, view all formats and editions. Ebook. Okay, yeah, that's what we did before. Okay, they all seem to be libraries. So where is this ebook? Ebook library you got to borrow from. Why would you have to borrow from an ebook library? Anyway, I haven't seen that book before, so I'm just gonna copy that because I'm just fascinated. I didn't know that this was a Hoskia book, or is it the same? Wow, it's on the Internet Archive. The complete commentary of Oecumenius on the Apocalypse, printed for the first time by Hoskia. Very interesting, 1928. Okay, limited preview. Okay, very interesting. For the first time from manuscripts from Messina, Rome, Salonika, and Athos. Okay, so it says you can borrow it for an hour. I might try and do that. So I'll do that later. Oh, you guys want me to do it now? Or maybe I should do it now. Let me just have a quick look. Borrow for an hour. Don't know what that means. It's quite strange they do all these type of things. It's like, just put it on there. Why torture people? Okay, and then I've got to return it. That's different. Okay. Okay, thanks to Kersop Lake. Photographer of University of Michigan for the photographs of the Salonika manuscript, 203. Athos manuscript, 240. So it'd be interesting to see what this commentary says. Even at Revelation 16:5, I guess, you know. Okay, so we got these sources. The proper text is in boldface. Quotations from the text repeated in the commentary and extraneous quotations are also printed in boldface. Verse divisions follow the Stevens, 4th edition, 1551, where they are first inserted, although longer ones had been previously introduced into the Quarto Latin Bible Paginius in 1528. All references to the Psalms are, of course, to the Septuagint version and its numeration. Okay. Okay, so just trying to sort of skip through this. Bit of an introduction there. This is very easy to read, very well written. I wonder if I can download it. Okay. So he has, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do, and declares, although Cyril in his 13th book against Julian says this prayer of the Lord has no place in the Gospels, yet it is set forth among us. So the textual criticism of the 3rd or 4th centuries evidently has been denied in the 6th. Interesting. Okay, so that's 15:6. Interesting. Okay, so this is still the introduction, so I might just, I don't want to bore you guys too much, so I'll just zip down to the actual text. I'll just see how far I have to go for that. Sometimes these intros can be 100 pages. Okay, Apocalypse Monet. Okay, it has a theos there. Ego imi to alpha to omega. Legi kurios ho theos ho on kappa in kappa homonos ho pentocrator. Very interesting. Okay, so he's got a footnote number 5. Adds chi. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe 1.4. Maybe I should look at that. 5. 1.4. Apatheo on en kaho ecomenos from God. Okay. Okay, so yeah, and look, straight away it's related to Mosai Legon, which Moses says, ego imi on, I am. Very interesting. Old commentary and revelation. This is gold. I really wish that I had the time to just go through all this sort of material, but unfortunately You got to live life. Okay, so let's go to, I guess, 4.8. We'll see if we can just jump to 4.8. Um, 4.2. 4.5. 4.6. 4.8. Okay, so that's the text there. Okay, kai ho'on fallacy. I'm not sure what that means. Fallacy. Is that light? Phos? Fallacy. Kai en, kai ekomenos. Okay, so it's not really talked about much. Any footnotes? So it says here, ekomenon, ifesi to pneuma to agion, the Holy Spirit. Okay, so it seems that they're interpreting the ekomenos as the Holy Spirit, I guess. Anyway, let's go to maybe 11.17. We'll just check out the Triadic Declaration there. There's so many other things I want to check here too, but okay, where are we? Oh, we're already at 16, just near 16.5, so I may as well look at that while we're here. Oh no, that's 14.5. Sorry, get my Roman numerals a bit dyslexic. What a horrible word. I've got dyslexia, you know, horrible. It's how to torture someone. Okay, so that's all still 14. Let's go down to 16. Okay, that looks like 18. 16.12. 16.5. Okay, so let's just go back up here. So we've got 4 going through, and then it mentions legontos dikaios a hoon kai en hoosios. So it's got just the basic thing. It doesn't have Lord there either. So it's got a 6 here, with the 6 having omits dikaios e. One of those manuscripts does. Okay, but it's got some stuff written there. I should really just take a screenshot. Save that to later. It doesn't look like it's saying anything significant there. Okay, well, that's fine. We're looking at everything. And we have to understand too that this is in the middle of a narrative, so that, you know, the water turning to blood and all this stuff. And so people have got a lot to say about that type of thing. So oftentimes just one word, they're just going to sort of skip over or make a small mention. But anyway, let's go back to Turretin. But that's just interesting that I just found that book by Hoskia. It's actually, that's what I was going to do, is just look at all the books by Hoskia. Okay. Hoskia's study of New Testament versions, concerning the Apocalypse, collation of all existing available Greek documents. Okay, full account of the Greek cursive manuscript. That one. Okay, so I've got to read more of Hoskia and become more familiar with his work. Maybe I need to go Hoskia and Ethiopic. The Future of New Testament Textual Scholarship. So this is a recent book. So I'm probably better off getting an Amazon review or something like that. Okay, Brill. CSNTM. Okay, that's on Twitter, so I won't open that up. That's a can of worms. The Future of New Testament Scholarship from Hoskia. Okay, so it's from Hoskia. So, but anyway, I'm trying to find things, but I'm not finding them. Let's just continue.
The Latin translation he had, as far as we can tell. So, yeah, if somebody has some different comments, I'd be interested. Again, I think the issue with him is that he just didn't know the language, and that's perfectly fine. You don't expect him to know every single language. So,
okay, I've just got to prove it now. Okay, Hoskia, Ethiopic. Okay. It was P46, wasn't it? P46. I'll put that into the search as well. There's a lot about Hoskia. I'm not sure why all these searches are coming up. I've typed in Ethiopic and most of these don't have Ethiopic. Okay. So this is, again, about Hoskia. Here we are, Kurtnikum. So this must be what is being read. Okay, so that's interesting. 265, let's go there. Oh, this is only, doesn't have 265. Okay, that's interesting. Readings that P46 shares with the Ethiopic version. See Kurtnikum's article. Okay, so I've got to getting to Kurtnickum. And maybe Hoskia. Okay. Google Scholar. Okay. Ethiopic version of the New Testament. Okay, so he's written quite a lot about that. Ethiopic translations. Apocalypse Now. Here we are. Let's see. Okay, so I'm not sure. I've got some reviews. I've got a whole bunch of other things. It doesn't seem like it's wanting me to just look at it. Like it's layer upon layer of, you know, full text. The Ethiopic canon, okay. Well, he looks like an interesting guy to go through anyway. Hoskia. That looks interesting. It says full text, so. It looks like the article appears in several places. So let's look at this one. It says it's got the full text. I'm just not sure. Okay, maybe one of these. Okay, so it looks like mine carrier. Anyway, I'd better continue. We're nearly finished, so.
All right, well, that wraps up all the material I had planned for this episode. Remember, for Nick's interest, let's see. We have this article, Futurists and To Come, explaining how futurists can translate to come, which is of some interest. And this article, which will probably be of even greater interest to Nick, which is Beza Plato and the Shall Be reading. And so not only in Beza Plato, but also then in Clement of Alexandria, Gregory of Nyssa, Cyril of Alexandria, Olympiodorus, the Deacon, Euthymius, Protos Secretus, John Climacus, although that one was really getting it thin, and then this interesting discussion from Cyril of Alexandria in his Psalms commentary. So hopefully that's of interest, at least to Nick. As I said, this is kind of wrapping up. Nick, if you have other things you want me to comment on. Oh, and I know that Nick has not reviewed or responded to the last like 2 or 3 episodes that I put out. At least I haven't seen any response. So I'll kind of try to hold open one episode for any kind of last round of responses to that material, or other responses to either this episode or to any of the other episodes. But if there are any burning issues that need to be addressed by the series, I'm happy to try to address them. And then I will hopefully have kind of more of a positive presentation of here's my view, here's my explanation, because to some extent I've been putting Nick on the hot seat this whole time. Nick's book has been out there. I've been like, every episode pointing this is a book, look at this book, here's this mistake in this book, here's this problem in this book, or here's the part I agree with in this book, here's the positive side of this book.
I think he's pointed out a few typos, probably a mistake about what I said about James White. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of it is just red herring. Look over there. I'm like, it's got the future form. No, look over there, look at this, look at that, look at other things.
But it's all been focused on his book. What about my own view? I had a view coming in, and we even came up in a debate that Nick and I had before I did this review. So I had a view coming in. How has my view changed? What would be my explanation of things? Sort of what's my positive presentation? So all those things I will hopefully do at least one episode that's along those lines, where I kind of set forth, okay, as best as I can tell, here's how I would summarize Nick's case. Here's my case. Here's where the two clash. Here are what the big issues that separate us. And here are the things that I think are really minor tangents, like whether or not James White is a scoundrel or a hero is, for our purposes of the question about Revelation 65, it's neither here nor there. He might be the best man on the planet or the worst villain on the planet. It doesn't change what Revelation 16:5 is. So all that stuff about James White is just kind of to the side. Now, it's not to the side for Nick because of, he has the interactions that James has offered him and has presented on his show and so forth. So I get that. I'm sure if I was in the same situation, I would have the same, the feelings about that as well. But in terms of Revelation 16:5 as such, that's a little bit to the side. Now, if something depended on, well, you have to believe this because James White said it, then we put James White's, in more into that picture. But my arguments won't depend specifically on that. I won't be saying you have to accept this because James White said so, or anything like that. And what else? Well, I will, the big question is, if I've missed some big important argument that any big important argument that I haven't addressed, I would love to know about it so I can include it in the response. And so I can consider the argument as well, in case I haven't considered it. I think I've considered almost all the arguments, though, but we'll see. As well, I still have the conclusion. Maybe there'll be some argument that's in the conclusion that I hadn't noticed before, I hadn't addressed before. And also, I think the conclusion will have most of the key points of the presentation that was made throughout the book. So there's that. Boyce, Nick said he'll be doing a response soon. You still on the Ethiopic. Yes, that's correct. I remember that the last response I heard had started the Ethiopic and then had paused. So that was a couple episodes ago in terms of where I was. So I look forward to hearing those other responses whenever you have time, if you have time. But if not, it's totally fine too. I mean, not many people respond to 2-hour plus videos. And this is not the first one. This is the 20th one. So I don't know if I've actually put 40 plus hours of recording. Maybe I have. Anyway, thank you very much. And thanks to everyone who's commented, to Michelle and Doki Doki Bible Club as well. Thank you very much. And God be with you all.
Okay, so that's number 20. So let's start number 21. Live 21. This goes for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
It is misguided, but ultimately that's
Welcome. We have for you a special treat. Those of you who have been complaining about how many episodes we've been taking to go through this book being there's a expansion of the rare nomen sacrum form of Jehovah and I am in the final Trinity declaration by Nick Sayers, Revelation 16:5, an entire book, or Jeff Riddle, I think, referred to as a booklet. I think it's worth calling it a book. It's a book on this specific verse, this specific textual issue within this verse.
Well, I think Jeff Riddle, he was only looking at the PDF, which was like half of that information. So,
as I said, this is intended to be the last episode going through the book itself. And then, God willing, I'll have one additional follow-up episode after this, devoted to my own kind of follow-up arguments, reflections on the book as a whole, my own follow-up arguments on what I would do differently and so forth. We'll leave that for the next and last episode of this collection. This is now episode 21, presumably of 22. Now I'm leaving open that it might be more than one, depending on Nick Sayers' output in terms of his additional responses. He has been very gracious and responded in 21 parts to my, I'm only on 21. He has had 21 responses so far.
So now we're on 28. There's been a lot of response.
Them are multiple hours. Many of them are longer than my episodes. Some of them are shorter, perhaps, but not many. So he generally plays through everything I say and then comments on it. And sometimes I can have like a 4-to-1 ratio, 16-to-1 ratio. It depends on the nature of the situation. But I understand that necessity of going longer to do a response than it is to just throw out assertions. So perfectly fine. I hope Nick is enjoying the process. I hope it's sharpening his arguments and improving them, not just causing him frustration at explaining something to me, which he's already explained in the book. So with that said, what I'd like to do today, first of all and foremost, is to go through the last material that's in his book. This is page 171 through numbered page 186, which is then followed by a couple blank, I don't know, my edition is like 5 or 6 blank pages. There's some kind of scannable barcode in the back, and then the back cover, which I don't think I'll respond to separately. I think I've talked about it a little bit in previous episodes. I don't deal too much with the cover. We don't want to judge a book by its cover, as they say. But anyway, we've gone through the whole book. In other words, I don't think there's any additional arguments that are on the back cover that are not in the book. But we're coming down to, if anything, to the meat of the argument. This is his conclusion section, and he says, he begins with a quotation of scripture, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Mark 13:31 is how he cites it. He says, let's finish with a quote from White in the King James only controversy. And my comment here is, well, I love Dr. White. He's a brother of mine. He's a friend of mine as well. I've worked with him on his blogging team in the past. I would much rather, this is my own personal taste, I'd much rather the book focus on Revelation 16:5 rather than focusing on Dr. White. Actually, I just noticed something. I have it set up with the Conversations in Calvinism logo, and this should say, actually, the King James. So there we go. Fix that. You can hear what Dr. White has written, as quoted by Nick. He says, thankfully, there isn't the slightest doubt as to what John wrote here, and only misguided dedication to a human tradition would cause anyone to believe otherwise. Christians are people of truth, and I truly exhort any KJV only advocate to seriously consider this text, examine the documentation provided, and to recognize King James onlyism for what it is, an unfounded tradition that flies in the face of the truth. And there's either a typo in the King James only controversy or a transcription error. It should say an unfounded tradition, I think, but it says and here on the text. But minor detail. Now, could we take some, having gone through all the material, could we find any mistake in this statement? Perhaps it's overstated. There'll be always some reasons that people come up with. But I think that the overstatement of this, even though I guess it's fair to say there's some kind of overstatement here, but at the same time, I don't think it's enough to just say, well, there's some tiny reason that someone could have. The problem for Dr. White and myself is that there are not any Greek manuscripts that have what Beza put here. Not only are there not any Greek manuscripts that have it, there aren't any Latin manuscripts of Revelation that have it. There are not any.
So now there's no manuscript that have it, So because TurretinFan has in previous episodes gone, well, Beast of Libana, yes, it has the future reading. That's what James White was talking about. It's what Nick Sayers was talking about. It's what we're focused on here. Because it didn't have this other reading next to it that I want, it doesn't have it. And so he's just like, no, that evidence is flushed down the toilet. So it doesn't have any Latin, and I guess doesn't have any Ethiopic, doesn't have any commentary evidence. He's just wave his hand, and that evidence is missing now. It's gone from evidence that Oski would talk about, that anyone would talk about, to just zero. It's gone now. Okay, so if you've followed through this, you realize that the manuscript that Beza said that he had, that's been flushed down the toilet. The concept of nomina sacra that I brought up, that's flushed down the toilet. Then the evidence of Betis and Hamo and the Ethiopic, and that's all flushed down the toilet. And so there's just zero. You know what I mean? Instead of just going, yeah, well, there is this other evidence, but I don't find it compelling. He's gone. There's just no evidence whatsoever. It's gone. No evidence in the Latin whatsoever. Even though we were just showing Homo Habustadensis, he has, formerly it was the past, present, future. Beza's reading. You know what I mean? I just, what do you do with that?
Any manuscripts of any version of the Bible that
there's no Ethiopic, no.
Have what Beza put here.
And so it's instead of esomenos, it's what Beza put here, meaning the whole verse, the whole section. And so, like I said, if you let TurretinFan pick a reading, and I'll easily be able to show where Vatican and Sinaiticus they disagree with each other so many times. Why are you going outside of what even James White is saying? He's talking about esomenos. I'm talking about esomenos. You're talking about everything else, and not acknowledging that I've proven James White wrong here. So this is the thing. It's a bit like saying, I'll just think of an example where well, it's like the strange thing where people talk about the originals, okay? Or the originals, or we no longer have the originals. So what you do is you talk about the original languages, Greek and Hebrew, and you say, well, in the original it says this, and people go, oh, we don't have the originals, and it's like, do I really have to go through this lowbrow type of argumentation? But people say that all the time. And so we don't have the originals. It's like, no, I'm talking about the original languages, okay? But people are looking at the same thing, or sometimes things can have more than one description, or you can say there are homophones where there are words that have a similar meaning. A similar phonetic sound, but have a different meaning. Like Jesus rose from the dead, it doesn't mean he got a rose from the rose garden. Okay, the word rose there is the same. So what TurretinFan is doing is, it's in a similar fashion. He's saying, like, I've clearly written a book about what James White's written in the King James Only controversy. He talks about esomenos, he talks about shall be. Okay, I talk about esomenos, I talk about shall be, and I'm saying, well, James White's wrong on these issues. TurretinFan comes along and he's expecting righteous art thou, O Lord. He wants that to be in there, which art and wast and shall be all has to be in there in every manuscript, or else he's just throwing it straight in the bin. And if it has holy on the end of all that, you can still have all that, but if it's got holy, to throw that in the bin too. And it's like, okay, you've set up all these standards for yourself. That's fine. If you want all that to be convinced, that's fine. But is that what I'm talking about in the book? Is that what James White was talking about in his book? No, we're talking about the future part of the one which was and is and shall be. And so even if it just had nothing else in the verse, it just had someone else, that's proof. It's there in Revelation 16:5. And so So then what TurretinFan is doing is he's saying, see, Beza doesn't have the reading there. So he's talking about two things, okay? So we would expect that he's talking about esomenos there, okay? Because that's what I've talked about in my book. That's what James White talked about. That's what I'm refuting. But he's actually talking about the whole entire verse. It's not the same as what Beza has, so it's not hasn't got Beza's reading there. It hasn't got the reading of Beza there, the whole entire, thing. And so you can't, Nick's wrong there. It doesn't have Beza's reading there. Does it have the future form, the esomenos there? Oh yeah, it does. It does have the future. Isn't that what we're talking about? No, we're talking about Beza's readings, the whole thing there. So notice he's being double-tongued. And he's presenting this as evidence to his audience, saying, okay, well, Nick is saying that there's the reading of Beza is in the Ethiopic, but it's not there. The readings of Beza, so notice this type of deception. He's got to stop doing this. He's got to acknowledge where there's evidence and where there isn't, because it's looking really bad for him to do this. Because if I was to come up and say, like, just say we're debating on 1 John 5:7, and he just pointed out, all this other manuscript doesn't have 1 John 5:7. I'm like, well, and he's like, well, it follows the critical text reading. And I'm like, well, it doesn't follow the critical text reading in 1 John 5. And I'm talking about the whole entire chapter. You'd be like, well, no. It is. Look, it's omitted that part. That's what he would say. And I'm like, no. But look at these other things. Look at verse 6. Look at verse 8. Look at verse 9. It's like, well, I'm not talking about those things. Obviously. No one thinks I'm talking about those things except for you. But you're being duplicitous here. Or what you're doing is you're saying one thing, but you're meaning a whole different category than what I'm talking about and what James White's talking about. And clearly the caveat is James White is mentioning esomenos here. He's saying, okay, the Cop 8 omits her ozios, but the KJV reading is not found here as esomenos, is not put in its place. So he's talking about esomenos shall be ozios. He's talking about those issues. Okay. Now, I've brought up a whole bunch of stuff about Jehovah, Triadic Declaration, all that sort of stuff. Kurios is mentioned mildly in my book, but I'm like, well, I'm not focusing on that either. But notice that all of these things are now the main focus. And the esomenos thing is just sort of like become part of this group of words that he wants all in order and all exactly correct to be Beza's reading. Not, oh, we got the future reading there. And so then he's in front of his audience saying that the Ethiopic doesn't have Beza's reading. And people are like, oh, I guess Nick Sayers is just lying then, because he clearly says it has Beza's reading. It's instead of saying just honestly, it doesn't have, the Lord there, doesn't have which was and is to come exactly how Beza has it, that it doesn't have this and that, but it does have the future form, and that's what Nick's talking about in his book, and that's what he was refuting James White on. No, it's just like the Latin doesn't have Beza's readings. The Ethiopic doesn't have Beza's readings. Homo Halberstadensis doesn't have Beza's readings. Yeah, he's just dismissing the evidence, just shake it away, throw it away. It's not the way that you're supposed to be doing this. The way that you're supposed to be doing this is acknowledging the evidence that's brought forth and then dealing with it accordingly, not just completely dismissing it because of semantics. If I'm talking about America, when I meet South Americans and I talk about America, usually Australians talk about America, we mean the United States of America. Rarely do we ever mean Mexico South, down to Argentina. we call it South America, according to the books, but we say Brazil. We mention the actual country, and the South Americans are quite like flummoxed by this, because you talk about America, you say, oh yeah, in America they do this and that, and they hear in the Americas. Okay, so there's got to be distinction made when you're talking about certain things. Now, if I'm talking about, okay, well, America's budget was this and that for military industrial complex. They've $1 trillion has gone to their military. Am I talking about Brazil? Am I talking about Argentina? Am I talking about Colombia? Am I talking about Mexico? No, I'm talking about the United States of America, and everyone would know that if I was to say that. And then I was to go, well, that's actually not true. Someone was to come along and critique it and go, that's actually not true, because the budget in Brazil last year was only this much, and this other country was only this much. Or no, if you add it all up, it was more than 1.5 trillion. It was actually 3 trillion, because he's talking about America, and it's like, people know what I'm talking about. You can't just put your own definition over what I'm saying. You can't do that. This is against the rules of engagement. I didn't do that to James White. When I'm critiquing what he said, he was clearly talking about sanctus, agios, esomenos, shall be, the future form. So when it's like, okay, the Ethiopic has equivalent to esomenos, and then you come along and go, yeah, but it doesn't have the 4 words before it should have the word Lord there. You don't have that there, so it's not. This isn't exactly Beza's reading. It's like, and then to get on the internet and say there's no Latin evidence for this. It's like, what am I hearing? And so this is the problem. If you want to engage in meaningful textual criticism, if you want to engage with what I'm saying, you've got to acknowledge, like when I'm dealing with 1 John 5:7, people are like, oh, there's about 500 manuscripts of 1 John chapter 5, and basically 495 manuscripts have the other reading, the critical text reading. And I just go, yeah. I don't go, well, that's not even evidence, and just try to dismiss it, or the evidence is there. You just say, yes, that's evidence. I don't try to say, well, what about the whole chapter of 1 John 5? Does that match up with the critical text in every place? No, it doesn't. So it's not actually the reading, is it? It's not the exact reading in the whole chapter. I don't do that. That would just be ridiculous to do that, because we're talking about a specific topic. We're talking about the specific reading, the esomenos reading. And so what we see all the way through these videos, and I mentioned that this is going to happen. I said the only way that these guys can actually get rid of this evidence is by looking at other things, the red herrings. And so that's what I said Stephen Boyce did. Stephen Boyce in the debate, he's like, oh, let's look at Lord over here. So, oh, okay. What, we're not looking at esomenos anymore? Okay. Well, why? Okay, we're looking at something else. And in not acknowledging, okay, yes, esomenos is there in the Ethiopic. Esomenos is there in Hamo Halberstadensis in his commentary. Esomenos is there in the commentary of Bedislav Libana and in his main text. It clearly says et eris there. Why not just agree with that? Because what I've just said is true. What I've just said is in Hostia. But I've just gone through video after video after video of you going, no, that's not real. That's not true. That doesn't match up here. It doesn't match up there. It's just, and it's like, it's like me pointing out, oh, that building there has a window in it. Look, there's a window, and anyone going past will see there's a window. But next to the window is a door. Next to the window is a hallway, something. It's, what's that got to do with it? Is there a window there? does it have the future reading? And if it's going to be, it doesn't match up with Bees's words, has to be all in a row exactly, you know, who's making that argument? Have I made that argument? So who are you actually refuting? What argument are you refuting? Or is this a straw man argument, as I've mentioned before, that you bring up all these other straw man arguments, burn them down, and go, see, it doesn't have Lord there. Oh, see, it's still got holy there. Still, does it have the future form? Yes. Because you'll even admit it. You say, oh, well, it does have the future form, but it's probably just, you know, Eugene Peterson with his, you know, Message Bible. He has some strange readings too, so it's probably just like that, you know. It's like, what? so this is the thing. Like, I'm trying to, you know, respect what you're doing, and go, okay, well, there's, you know, has TurretinFan got some credible critiques here, but you're not even acknowledging the basics. You're just not even acknowledging that the Ethiopic has the future reading. But you are. You say it's got the future reading, but it's definitely not. It's not Bees's reading. And so you've got to be very careful with what you're saying there. It's not Bees's entire verse, okay? And I've never claimed that. I've claimed it's got the future reading because James White in his book says that no one had ever seen that future reading. Ever. No Christian before Theodore Beza made it up in his mind. So I've written, okay, well, the Ethiopic Bible has the future reading. Did I ever say it's got the entire reading of Theodore Beza, you know, in that phrase, in that clause, in that verse, in that paragraph, in that chapter, in that book, in that Bible? No. Why go on with all that then? It's just a waste of time. This would have been much quicker if it's just like, yeah, okay, let's go through the evidence. Let's go through Nick's book. Yeah, Ethiopic. Yep, it's got the reading. Hamo's got the reading, this and that. Okay, well, they have the reading in it of the future form. It doesn't match up in every place in that verse, but it has the reading. Okay, let's move on. Instead, it's video after video after video of throwing dust in the air. No, the Latin doesn't have it. More dust in the air. What do you mean doesn't have it? Or doesn't have Beza's readings? What do you mean, the whole verse or just the Somenos? It clearly has the Somenos reading. Oh, yeah, it's got the future reading, but it's probably like mistranslated or something. I wouldn't say mistranslated, but it's just, yeah, just all over the place. And, you know, the more that I watch these videos, the more I'm seeing this very clearly.
Now, Nick will qualify that and say, well, there's some that have a future tense verb here. In Latin, there's a couple of places where you can find the future tense verb here. There's a couple of places where you can find a version that somehow either states or implies a future tense verb here. Okay, but that's not what Beza did exactly. So again, it's sort of like it's proof of something, but not measuring up to what Beza actually did here.
So you notice he's got the straw man of what Beza did here. So now we've got to be matching up with what Beza did. You know what I mean? Or it's instead of just going, okay, these are future readings. That's what I pointed out to James White. He's listened to James White and gone, Beza got this reading from the Ethiopian, or got it from Homo Helvestidensis, or got it from Beza. That was never, ever my argument. But the more that came out, and people are all saying it, I'm like, well, actually, I'll look into whether he would have known about Betis of Laban. I'll look into whether he knew about the Ethiopian, because my argument was with James White on those things. And lo and behold, it's like just more and more evidence just comes out. It's like you'd have to be absolutely blind to think that he didn't know about the Ethiopic or Betis of Laban or even Homo Helvestidensis, these guys. And so, but they're all side issues, and they're not my original argument. They're responses to James White because of the ridiculous things that he said. So now it's being like, oh, Nick's saying this. It's like, well, I'm only saying it in response to James White because he's saying, 1 + 1 = 3. And I'm like, no, I think it equals 2. And I look it up. It equals 2 here. But do I want to really go on about that for the rest of my life? Do I really want to defend, to the nth degree that, Theodore Beza knew of the Latin of the Latin reading of Beatus of Libana or of the Ethiopic reading? I never claimed that from the beginning. I always just said, and all it is the future reading. These could be completely independent witnesses of that reading. But it has the future form, doesn't it? That's my argument. And if you read through my book, you can see that anything outside of that is responding to the silly things that James White said. So then it's like I'm responding to the silly thing James White said, and then, that's Nick's argument. It's like, no, it's I didn't come on to this train saying, hey, everyone, Beza knew of the Ethiopic reading, but this has become the main thing to try and debunk me on, both with Stephen Boyce and with TurretinFan. But I've played along with it and gone, well, okay, well, I actually think that perhaps he could have known about it. And then the more I've dug, I'm like, he would have to be absolutely blind to not have known about the Ethiopic, And half the time it's like, okay, he was best mates with Tremellius. If you know history, it's like case closed. It's like, did this certain person in history know about the Nazi concentration camps? And it's like, he was Hitler's best friend for like 6 years, and Goebbels, and but he never. It doesn't say in any of his works he saw a concentration camp or even knew about them, so he didn't. It's like, okay, whatever. And you just see this desperation, and also all it is just defending James White. So anyway.
So it's a defense of something, but it's not a defense of Beza. And that's one of the softnesses of this. If this is a defense of Beza and what he did, then Beza's defense is, well, you have to actually look at what Beza said, which is that there was a corruption in the text here, and that he restored the text from an ancient manuscript, codex. And he says there can be no doubt about the text. Now, it's kind of funny that on the one hand, Beza says there could be no doubt. And on the other hand, Dr. White says there isn't the slightest doubt. So I think, somewhat doubt is in the mind of the beholder, of course, and we're quite willing to acknowledge that. I would say that almost anyone who is going to come and look at all the evidence and come to the conclusion that Beza was right, the only reason, or let me say it this way, almost all such people will be people who think that the King James Version has no errors.
Okay, so we're going to go this route. So it's like, you're a King James only, I guess this has to come into it at some stage. You're King James only, you don't believe there's mistakes in the Bible, so you're just defending a tradition and all that sort of stuff.
It's hard to imagine someone who comes to this who acknowledges the King James Version makes errors other places, and then reads the evidence for the King James Version's reading here, and then says, oh no, the King James Version's cool here. Now that's, so in this...
So notice we're talking about Theodore Beza, but then now it's like, King James only.
Regard is quite different from, let's say, the long ending of Mark. There's lots of people who don't think the King James Version is perfect, who think the long ending of Mark should be there, like the King James has it. So they agree with the King James on that point, but they still...
So did he say we agree that it should be there? Because, James White thinks it should be deleted. He thinks they're Gnostic words. So let's just go back, because... And then reads the evidence for the King James Version's reading here, and then says, oh no, the King James Version's cool here. Now that's, so in this regard, it's quite different from, let's say, the long ending of Mark. There's lots of people who don't think the King James Version is perfect, who think the long ending of Mark should be there, like the King James has it. So they agree with the King James on that point, but they still think there's places the King James Version can be corrected. Nick likes to refer to these people in various ways. So I call them majority text people, critical text people, and so forth. But whether it's majority text or critical text or just eclectic text or whatever label you put on these people, the point is, if you use this test of people who, if you want to find out who a person is, whether they're in a King James is perfect position or not, it might come down to something like asking them to evaluate whether or not Beza's right on this point. Because if someone's willing to accept that Beza's right on this point, given the weakness of the evidence presented for Beza's position, there's... So he thinks he's debunked the whole nomina sacra thing. Okay, so James White, when I came to this, no one knew that it was a tetragrammaton there and an expansion of a tetragrammaton. No one was talking about that. So everyone who knows that now, learn it from me. That's how deplorable the state of textual criticism is. That, some goofy guy from Australia can just go, the king's got no clothes, just point out, oh, that's the tetragrammaton there. And James White was like, nah, that's ridiculous. I don't understand it. I don't know what he's talking about. He just fought against it straight away. Every step of the way, every little crumb of information, it's like slapped out of your hand. You're like, what about this bit, Mr. White? He's just like, you're ridiculous. You're a fool. You're an idiot. And but when you pick up all those crumbs and you put them all together, you're like, actually, this is pretty much what all the reformers were saying. That it was the name of God. It's expanded. It's related to I am. You go through it and it's all there. But he's like, okay, all the nomina sacra stuff, let's just flush that down the toilet. The fact that it's the name of Jehovah, the fact that the name of Jehovah was, probably the number one candidate for having a nomina sacra on it, flush that down the toilet. Okay, let's just not even think about that. Because it's only the past and the present, doesn't have the future form. Let's forget the thing about Jehovah. Okay. And so let's look at the Ethiopic note. Let's flush that down the toilet. Beatus of Libana, Homo Halberstadensis, flush all that down the toilet as well. Let's not look at the internal consistency of having the past, present, and future in the previous 3 Triadic declarations. Previous 4 Triadic declarations. Let's he says there's only 3 because his text muddles up another one. But it's like, let's not look at that as internal evidence. Let's just fight against that. So there's so much evidence for it, but he's saying there's no evidence for it. So this is the problem. He's confusing what he is accepting as evidence, or what he is accepting personally as something that he would consider evidence for the reading. He's confusing that with actual evidence for the reading. So if I might say, look, someone murdered someone. Look, there's blood on the knife. There's fingerprints on here, and it's all evidence. But you mightn't think that person did it. You can't just go, well, no, that's not evidence, because you don't think that it's evidence. You still have to acknowledge that it's evidence. This is the problem. You are not acknowledging anything that's being put forward, anything at all. Zero. and to me, it's remarkable, because at first I was like, well, has he got a point here? Okay, I'll study it more. I'll look into it. It's like, well, no, he doesn't got a point there. Next thing, has he got a point there? Then I'm like, is he going to do this to everything? Okay, so all 20 points that I've made, it's like, dismiss that. It's like, what? So there's no evidence, zero evidence. It's like, no, that's ridiculous. You think we're that silly? Anyway, how can I describe how silly that is? Because when I'm usually debating with someone, like say, if I was to look at, say, Ephesians 3:9, James White brought that up, and at first he was saying there was no evidence, and then I think we found like 3 manuscripts or something with it in it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting, and we're looking at oikonomia and koinonia and looking up those words and trying to figure things out. But we're not like, when James White's like, oh, this text doesn't have it in it, this manuscript doesn't have it in it, the oldest one, I'm looking at that, studying through and going, yeah, good point. I agree with you on that. Where TurretinFan has gone through and gone, I have to disagree with everything on this, and crossed everything out. And it's sort of like, oh, like even evidence, like you might find a fingerprint, but it's of someone else. It's like, well, it's still evidence. You still got to acknowledge that it's just not even evidence now. It's just thrown in the bin. It's just not even acknowledged. And it's like, you're not, this is not the correct way to engage in this type of topic. To engage in this type of topic, because this is, the trump card that James White's used for years and years. Revelation 16:5, put it up, and it's like, see, it's got no evidence, da-da-da. Okay. And easily we've just looked at a few things and pointed out, no, there is evidence. There is external evidence in the Latin. There is external evidence in commentary evidence. There's external evidence in the Ethiopic. There's internal evidence, with the name of Jehovah, and also the consistency of having the past, present, future in the other triadic declarations. Usually you do have a past, present, future in other readings. And so I've mentioned through all of this stuff, and all of that should be considered evidence. Even if you reject that evidence and go against it, it still should be like in the evidence box. But you open up TurretinFan's evidence box and there's just nothing. There's nothing there, not even a crumb. And it's like see, not even Beza point. He's dismissing everything Beza said, to the point where it's like Beza, he spotted a solecism there, and he's like, I don't think there's a solecism there. And I'm like, look, I understand if you want to throw my theories out, whatever. Beza's saying there's a solecism there. Why aren't you just taking him at face value? No, there's no solecism there. So then he can say, look, the box is still empty, no evidence. And it's getting to the point where it's more like, no, this actually is clouding a good refutation, because you would be better off pointing out where there is evidence and coming against that evidence. You're better off saying, oh, yeah, well, Ethiopia, this one. Yeah, that's all evidence. Yep, it's all in that pile. But I don't agree with it for these reasons. Because what you're doing, you're throwing out absolutely everything as if it's all of the same weight in the same category. You're throwing everything out. It's left with nothing. But that is actually showing your desperation to not accept anything to do with this reading, no matter what. And see, when I wrote the book, I was like, okay, and some TR people read it and were like, oh, it's interesting. Some people, that is amazing. That's really good, and I get letters all the time about this book. But when the whole concept of Theodore Beza had a manuscript, I was like, oh, that's to me, that's like case closed, because that's what these guys want. They want the manuscript. I'm like, oh, Theodore Beza himself said it. That's like top level. That's like Albert Einstein saying I evaluated the strength of the potassium and this and that, and he's written it down, and someone's like, yeah, we found where he said that. Yay, and it's like, there it is. Theodore Beza is saying he got it from an old ancient manuscript of good faith. There you go. Wow, these guys who are Calvinists, it's like that they respect these guys. They're going to respect what this guy says, and it's just straight away, like, I'm like, Mr. James White, we've got the manuscript. He's just, we don't accept that type of evidence. It's not evidence. You guys are psychos. Yeah, and you're just like, okay. And so the thing is, I'm saying to TurretinFan, look at this evidence, and he's saying that Theodore Beza is like a Joe Biden type of guy. And so what this is doing, it's actually putting TurretinFan in the awkward position where he's not acknowledging any evidence whatsoever. It's zero. It's all gone. He's waved his hand over everything. He's just put cross. When you're going through the airport and it's like, do you have these weapons? Do you have, or a medical thing? It's like, do you have, whooping cough? Do you have, and you just sort of, you're like, which thing do I tick all of the boxes, go through? It's like TurretinFan's just gone through here's all Nick's evidence, cross. And some of them I'm like, maybe one or two things I'm like, okay, I wouldn't mind talking about that and thinking about that. But it's like there's just, if you're not going to acknowledge the bigger evidences that everyone is acknowledging is there, how are we going to deal with these other things in an unbiased and in a balanced way? We're not. So anyway, let's continue.
Nowhere else that I would think they're going to say that Beza was wrong. Maybe they'll find some place that the King James translator is wrong. Maybe like on the Easter point. Easter is a mistranslation today of what the King James translators were going for. They meant Passover. They used the word Easter, which today means something a little different from Passover. So there's little things like that. Maybe someone will accept that change because it's a translation issue and not deal with the underlying Greek text. I don't know. Bottom line is, it's hard to find something where the person will correct Beza somewhere else but not correct him here, because this is pretty glaringly problematic in terms of the manuscript transmission evidence. It's not that there's absolutely no argument to be made. Beza makes an argument. It's not the same argument as Nick's argument, which is a little bit puzzling. We'll come to that maybe in a bit. But
well, because I've made an argument, and Beza, obviously in his annotations, he's talking about what he wants to talk about, where I'm also at the same time refuting James White and what he's saying. Now, he's saying it's not in the Ethiopic. I'm like, well, it is in the Ethiopic. That should be case closed. Okay, well, Nick's evidence. We put it up here. Is it evidence? Agreed. Everyone put their hand up. Yep, that's evidence. Yep, okay, that's equivalent to a Somenos. It's not the full Triadic declaration, not full this, full that, but it's the Somenos reading. Okay, let's move on. But instead, it's not evidence. You just sort of like, oh, but no, it's not. These is, his readings, I should say.
Anyway, so is it only misguided dedication to a human tradition? Well, the misguided, maybe sounds a bit pejorative, but I think it's right. It's not the dedication to this human tradition of the King James Version exact wording is misguided, but ultimately this is a presentation that's kind of not aimed in a way that's going to be very persuasive to people who disagree to begin with. So I appreciate that point. He does call on people to seriously consider the text and examine the documentation provided. Now, Nick has done that. So kudos to Nick for doing that. And then he says to recognize that the King James onlyism, this is Dr. White's phrasing here, is an unfounded tradition that flies in the face of the truth. So maybe we'll disagree at the end of the day about that point, whether it flies in the face of the truth and whether it's unfounded. But the paucity of support should be a little bit troubling to people, I would think. Basically, if you can change the text of the Greek manuscripts, where they
so this is his presupposition,
almost all agree one way, and then you can change them against the almost universal agreement of Greek texts based on speculation and possibly
based on speculation. Have I ever said, look, guys, we just need to speculate here? No. I would like for TurretinFan to show me where the name of Jehovah is expanded elsewhere in the New Testament. When you look at these triadic declarations, it's clearly that all the commentaries are saying that this is the expanded name of Jehovah. It has its etymology in I am, and it's the past, the present, and the future. He's just like, that's not evidence. Just wave your hand over that. It's not evidence. So the fact that Revelation 16:5, which the reformers in getting into the post-Reformation era, Theodore Beza, King James translators, Elzevirs, Piscator, Junius, and Tremelius, all of these guys are looking at this text and going, David Paris, they're looking at this and saying, yes, this is the Tetragrammaton. This is the name of God. And so if you have, a name which is like Mr. Smith, but his name is, Bob Douglas Smith, you'd expect it to say Bob Douglas Smith each time. You know what I mean? You'd expect it to to have the proper name there. You'd expect it the name of Jehovah to have the past, present, and the future there. To me, I can't, like, it's like I've shown that the key fits. If you turn it, it opens the door. But TurretinFan doesn't even want to acknowledge there's a key or a lock or a door or anything. There's nothing there. The whole fact that it's the name of Jehovah and all that, let's just leave that all aside. All that evidence, just flush that down the toilet.
Nick argues that Beza had a Greek text to support this. He didn't argue that in this book, but he does argue it now. But if you can argue it, this book was written before he had come to the conclusion that Beza had the...
Well, I actually came to the conclusion in about 2013, and I was saying that publicly. I was saying, well, Revelation 16:5, Beza had an ancient manuscript, but then it was actually through reading a lot of critical text material that I came to the conclusion that that's probably wrong. And so then I came full circle after Jeff Riddle retranslated the Latin there. I was like, it's definitely saying he's got an ancient manuscript. And so that's why I ran with that after the book was written.
The manuscript. So this argument was accepted even without that manuscript.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If you can do that, there's not much you can't change to accommodate someone's speculation.
So the fact that James White, no one, I mean, TurretinFan now would admit, the tetragrammaton's there. He didn't know this before I told him this. James White didn't know this before I told him. Yeah, anyone who's interested in these things, interested in the names of God, interested in the tetragrammaton, interested in the triadic declarations, when they come to my material, most people don't know anything, and I know they don't know anything because I've pioneered this work. And so TurretinFan's like rolling his eyes, like, but who educated him on this? Who educated him that this is the tetragrammaton here? Who educated him that it's the name of I am, and that's the etymology of Jehovah, and I am is related to esomenos, and that the past, present, and future is the expansion. It's the etymology of Jehovah, which equals which art and was and shall be. Exactly. I mean, what even just that bit of information is like, to me, just knowing that, it's like game changer. He's just like, it's just speculation, just feed or Beza in his own mind. Yeah, it's just being like James White here. And the sad thing is, he's not only rejecting all the evidence, not even acknowledging one, Ethiopic manuscript or anything, not even acknowledging Beatus of Liban, not acknowledging anything. So do you think that he's going to acknowledge internal concepts? Like if we were talking about 1 John 5:7, and I said, well, Georgios Babiniotis, the world-leading expert in the Greek language, he said there's a solecism there. He'd just be like, no, there's no solecism there. Move that information into the bin, and now let's just talk about these manuscripts that don't have it. Blah, 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 blah. That's what he's doing. He's just simply just saying, I refuse to believe that this is true. Now, if he wants to reject what I'm saying, that's fine, but he's still got to acknowledge what I'm saying is a good argument. And why do I constantly get people saying it's an amazing argument and it's settled everything for them? And the more that I look at it, even the more that TurretinFan looks into it, he's finding information going, oh, yeah, they mentioned the tetragrammaton here. They got the reading of Revelation 16:5 and Revelation 1:4 there in the commentary. Okay, the more I just got to the point where I just got sort of tired of looking at, because I was convinced by the time I'd written the article. When I wrote the book, I was even more convinced. And now, after going through all the TurretinFan's material, if this is the best that he's got, to dismiss everything and then just sort of roll his eyes, and go, oh, well, I guess there wouldn't be anywhere that you want to change, because he's got this presupposition of the tenacity of the text. So he has to have the reading of Isomenos there. But see, the thing is, he's not. If he acknowledged that this was a nomina sacra, then he would acknowledge that all the manuscripts point to the name of Jehovah there. So does he believe it's the name of Jehovah there or not? I think he's forced to admit that it's there, but he isn't connecting the dots logically. So if it is the name of Jehovah, why is it different? Why does it only have two parts? And why does someone like Homo Halberstadensis say it's got three parts? You know what I mean? Is that not evidence, or do we flush that down the toilet as well?
But let's see. Nick says, do you think that there is not the slightest doubt concerning Revelation 16:5 after reading this book? Well, as I said, slightest doubt is in the mind of the doubter or believer. So there are certainly people who are very convinced in their own minds about things. And it seems clear that there were issues raised about this point by Beza and before Beza. There was some issue raised. Valla seems to have raised an issue not only about 16:5, but also about 1:4. Beza seems to have recognized an issue with 1:4. And then when he came to 16:5,
it was an issue that's brought up by people who don't know Greek properly. And modern critics still say this, modern text critics, where they're like, well, it's a solecism there. Yeah, if you don't know it's nominative. And so this is the whole entire thing. If you know it's nominative, then you translate it as such, and you can understand why it has the apo there. Because it's a name. It's a whole name. Then you go, okay, it's a name there, and it will be a name all the way through those other triadic declarations too. But TurretinFan's sort of like, oh, it's a name there. Yeah, like I just can't understand how come he's fighting against Beza. It's like he's fighting against one of the greatest Greek linguists of the Reformation period, greatest Latin linguists. Why would you do this to yourself? It's like you're coming against a truck and just saying, no, it's moving in the other direction. You're just standing in front of it. It's just going to run you down. These type of arguments, if we were to have a debate, I would just say, so you think that Theodore Beza is wrong here and wrong there, and you think that the Ethiopic is not evidence for someone else reading, you think it would just tear you to shreds. But usually because, people oftentimes in the debate circuit, they're just looking for they're not really thinking about all these things. Half the time people don't know what a triadic declaration is, or they're not on this level. So it goes over their head. So they just go, oh, apparently all the manuscripts that say this and that, not even looking at all these other arguments. But TurretinFan's doing the homework, but he's just not seeing anything. It befuddles me.
he expressed some further reservations about 16:5, along the same lines as ones for 1:4. He says,
along the same lines? So no, in 1:4 he was pointing out that people are saying that there's a solecism there. He's saying it's not a solecism if you understand that it's nominative, the triadic declaration. There's no solecism there. And then in Revelation 16:5, he's pointing out there's a solecism there between the linking of righteous and holy. And he's saying this doesn't even fit with the Vulgate either. And then he's saying he's got an ancient manuscript with this reading and it fits in. It works perfectly. And you have the past, the present, and the future. And this is backed up by scholars like Erasmus, who was like, well, it should have the past, present, and future here. Even Lorenzo Valla was like, well, it should say, probably pious. Why are they saying it should have the third part in it? Why are all these people saying that? And it's because it should have had a third part in it.
do you think the conclusion? So my answer is there slightest doubt? Well, there have been people who have doubted, but the people who are doubting are people who are willing to correct the Greek manuscripts based on conjecture.
So, I mean, didn't he just in his last video say Beza said that he's not going to correct any manuscripts from conjecture, and now it's like it's a conjecture again. We've got, and that's what I've said all the way through these videos. It's like snakes and ladders. It's like, you know, you get TurretinFan right up to the point where it's like it's not a conjectural emendation, and you nearly get him in through the door, and the snake just gets, and he's right back to the bottom going, it's a conjectural emendation. Beza just made it up in his own mind, and it's like, you know, you climb back up again and get him to the point where he's like believing that Beza is not a liar, he's not a Joe Biden idiot or whatever you want to make him out to be. He's actually said he has an ancient manuscript. You should take that at face value. And he's like, no. He didn't have a manuscript. He's tricking himself. And you're just sort of like, man, can't you just connect the dots and get to the point where you're like, yeah, that's evidence. Zero evidence. It's just, to me, it's remarkable. Like I was shocked when James White was like, there's zero evidence. And that's why I was like, gee, this guy's bold. He's saying zero evidence. I mean, even I know that there's other evidence out there. So that's why I started writing the book. And but now TurretinFan's like nothing. Just you open the door and there's just nothing there. Just empty. An empty box with just Beza's written on it and Nick Sayers' new little stamp put over the top of that.
And that should be something that we view as problematic. That should be something that we don't just accept. That should be something that we are reluctant to do. We're reluctant to follow Beza down this path of conjecture. Now, while I'm talking about Beza,
so notice it's Beza's conjecture now. And I don't know, in the last video, it was sort of like, you know, I don't think you can label it conjecture anymore because there is evidence, and now all the evidence is gone. Snakes and ladders, back down the bottom. It's back down to, and the bottom is James White's material. That's where TurretinFan just keeps going back to this. Because what's he going to do? So James White got it wrong with the Ethiopic? Admit that his friend is pretty much illiterate on Revelation 16:5? It's okay to admit what you're illiterate on and what you're not. I'm illiterate on many things. James White's completely illiterate when it comes to this topic. And unfortunately, TurretinFan is becoming literate, but defaulting back. So this is almost worse. I can almost go, well, yeah, okay, James White. Like just say me and James White were on talking terms, and 10 years ago, he's writing his bio, I'm writing mine. I'm like, hey, James, I come to the conclusion about this. And I explained the whole Revelation 16:5 thing to him. And he was like, oh, you're a friend, instead of like, you're Stephen Anderson, you're a psycho. We were just riding along on our push bikes. And I'm like, yeah, it's got the tetragrammaton there. That's why, it's the holy name of God and, the past, present, and future and da-da-da. And he would probably go, wow, yeah, that's very interesting. Because the first time I ever contacted James White, I was like talking about Easter, and I said, can I explain my position to you? And he said, yeah, go for it. And I put a tiny bit of information there, and he said, you're a Ruckmanite, straight away. And I was like at the time, I was still reading the New King James. I was a Ruckmanite, apparently. It was like, this guy's just toxic. And anyway.
Conjecture. I wonder if it makes sense to at this point jump in and talk about Bayesian conjectures. Because I have collected some of the materials relating to Bayesian conjectures. I don't think I've read them here previously. So now these are selections mostly.
Okay. This is why he's saying conjecture. And so what you got to be careful too. Most people think when you say conjecture, you're saying conjectural emendation, because there is the concept of conjecture when Beza or Erasmus are talking about it. That can mean a conjecture in the annotations. It just means you're amending the text. And so whether you're amending the actual biblical text, that can come from, like Theodore Beza's done this with an ancient manuscript, with evidence from an ancient manuscript, okay? But there are conjectures that are put into the text, into the margin, into the annotations. So oftentimes when you're reading through Jan Kranz's material, you've got to make that distinction. Is he amending the actual text here, or what's he doing? And so what you find is Jan Kranz, I mean, let's get his book up. Beyond What is Written, Archive. Okay. So this is pointed to by James White. James White's like, you should read this book. And I already read it, but I went back through it because James White said, you know, I pointed out the Ethiopic, and he's like, it's a conjectural emendation. Read Jan Kranz. So I read through Jan Kranz, and I was like, actually, Jan Kranz doesn't even seem to believe what James White believes. But anyway, so let's just go back to the beginning here. General introduction. So, okay, let's look at this. Beyond What is Written, Beza and Erasmus as conjectural critics of the New Testament, Jan Kranz. Bruce Metzger, Bart D. Ehrman. And so I'm just going to quickly look up an article. Okay. So this is what Jeff Riddle wrote. This is in 2019. I have posted. Okay, so he's already posted that somewhere. Here are my notes. After recent interactions with Calvinist apologist James White regarding the 2019 Text and Content Conference in Atlanta, Okay, so Jan Kranz that supposedly serves as a one-volume destruction of the confessional or traditional text. So James White's saying that this book of Kranz is a one-volume destruction of the confessional text or the traditional text position. The book to which James White refers, Jan Kranz, Beyond What is Written, Erasmus and Beza as conjectural critics of the New Testament, Brill 2006. Ironically enough, this book appears in the New Testament Tools and Studies co-edited by Bruce M. Metzger and Bart Ehrman as volume 35. In the acknowledgements, the author notes that the work is a revision of his 2004 PhD dissertation under Professor Martin de Boer. Among those on his committee, he lists text critic David Parker. In light of what I believe are some problems, misunderstandings, and inconsistencies in James White's use of Kranz, I thought it might be helpful to offer some analysis. Beyond What is Written has a brief 5-page general introduction, and if you read that introduction, you will immediately begin to see some of the problems inherent in James White's attempt to use this book as a supposed one-volume destruction of the confessional text position. I will point out at least 3 important inconsistencies in James White's use of Kranz's book. First, James White does not acknowledge the underlying methodology represented in Kranz's book, nor does he acknowledge its inconsistency with James White's own methodology for doing text criticism. I find it interesting that James White is making of the Kranz book to attempt to refute the traditional text position, given that Kranz would see James White's reconstructionist approach to recovering the original autograph as outdated. Kranz sees his own work as part of the current shift in postmodern text criticism is made clear in the general introduction to the work. With the method adopted here, the present study takes part in the current paradigm shift in New Testament textual criticism. Manuscripts are no longer seen as mere sources for variant readings, but also as historical products that deserve to be studied as wholes. Moreover, variants, readings such no longer function as stepping stones towards the original text to be disposed of once this chimeric goal has been attained, but they acquire historical importance as mirrors of scribal convictions and conventions. Note that Kranz says that he has abandoned the chimeric goal of the original text. Chimeric definition hoped for, but illusory and impossible to achieve. So he's saying you can never, ever get the Bible at 100% Bible. You can just never do it. And this is a move in academia, where people are like, well, you can never really get the original text. They've stopped looking for the original text. And this is what these scholars believe, and Kranz is part of that. So James White is using a source to fight against the traditional text position that is diametrically opposed to his own modern reconstructionist text position. So James White's like, oh, I want what John wrote. I want what Paul. So, well, Kranz doesn't. I recall hearing James White lamenting that Muslims use liberal, rationalistic scholarship on the Bible that they would never apply to the Quran. But by using Kranz, he is essentially doing the same thing, making of liberal, rationalistic scholarship to refute the traditional text position. And so even just looking at this video of TurretinFan, he's going through Jan Kranz's material. You can see he's deflated. He's been reading the position of, and that's why I say Jan Kranz is basically just another Bart Ehrman. But he probably goes to a church somewhere. These guys would never, I would never look at their life and go, well, what a shining example of Christianity. These guys are just academics. And I would just doubt whether they're actually even believers. You know what I mean? It is absolutely no surprise to learn that Kranz's work will not support the traditional text position, grounded as it is in a relativistic, naturalistic worldview. The irony is that James White would not use Kranz's method to support his own position. This is inconsistent. Now, this is not meant to say that we cannot appreciate many aspects of Kranz's study. It is a formidable scholarly work. We would, however, be naive if we did not consider the author's method and worldview. Second, James White fails to notice the distinction that Kranz draws in the general introduction between two types of emendations, which he suggests would have been used by scholars like Erasmus and Beza in their study of the text, and which James White might well have applied with profit to his study of texts like Revelation 16:5. Kranz says, in this period, emendation, the adoption of alternative readings, was done in two distinct ways, depending on the way these readings were found. They could either be derived from manuscripts or be arrived at by rational argument. Hence, the distinction was made between emendatio codice opae, emendation by reason of manuscripts, and emendatio ingenii opae, emendation by means of reasoning. This takes us back to the question of Revelation 16:5 and how Beza arrived at the reading, which art and was and shall be, kai ho esomenos. In Word Magazine 117, I suggested that a key statement made by Beza himself in this textual commentary on the Greek had apparently been misunderstood, and not only by KJV advocates like the author of the KJVToday.com article Beza and Revelation 16:5, see Word Magazine 115, but also especially by James White in his discussion on this verse in the King James Only Controversy 2009. Here's my statement by Beza with my translation. And so he has the ex vetusto bona fide manuscripto codice restitui. And so it has here, therefore I'm not able to doubt that the true reading should be as I have restored it from an ancient manuscript, handwritten codex of good faith, truly ho esomenos. The problem is that both the KJV advocate and James White misunderstand this statement. They both think that Beza adopted a reading as an emendatio in gene ope, emendation by means of reasoning, rather than Beza clearly describes it, emendatio codice ope, emendation by means of manuscripts. To see clearly how clearly or I think it should say White misunderstands this issue, see what he writes. So why does the KJV reading read and shall be? Because John Calvin's successor at Geneva, Theodore Beza, conjectured that the original read differently to his words, ex vetusto bona fide manuscripto codice restitui. Beza believed that there was sufficient similarity between the Greek terms hosios and asomonos, the future form of shall be, to allow him to make the change to harmonize the text with other such language in Revelation, but he had no manuscript evidence for his conjecture. The King James Only Controversy, 2009, page 233. Clearly, James White did not properly understand the Latin text he quotes from Beza, as Beza clearly states that he got the reading from an ancient manuscript handwritten codex of good faith. James White instead offers this faulty conclusion, but he had no manuscript evidence for the support of his conjecture. Hopefully, James White will correct this error if he ever issues a third edition of his work. So very good information by Jeff Riddle, and he's just saying, well, hopefully in your next edition you can fix that. Note that according to the scripture index in Beyond What Is Written, Crans never addressed Revelation 16:5 as a conjecture. By the way, after Word Magazine 117 came out, I responded with James Snap Jr. about my translation of Beza's statement on Revelation 16:5, and Snap contacted Jan Crans to ask about this verse. I got this email from Jan. He says, Jeff, puzzled by Beza's note, I contacted Jan Crans and asked him about it. Here's what he said. I will have a new book this year, among other things, an update of the Beza part and the lengthy treatment of this case in Revelation 16:5 in particular. Shortest version, Beza states that he had a manuscript, but wrongly so, because he misinterpreted one of his own handwritten notes. Or he wrote a note somewhere and just thought, I'm pretty sure that says it's got a manuscript, Joe Biden, blah, blah, blah. It is therefore a conjecture by Beza. But he would probably not have changed his text had he not misunderstood his notes. Joe Biden again. In that case, he would have written a different annotation, probably the conjecture as a suggestion only. Okay. The points to take into consideration, Jan Crans apparently agrees with my translation of Beza. So that's the main point of that. It's like Jan Crans is in agreement, but he doesn't agree with the conclusion. Beza wrote that he got the reading he used from a text from a manuscript. Despite this, Crans apparently will make an argument in a forthcoming work that Beza was mistaken. When he made this argument, he will argue that Beza misread his notes. We will have to wait and see what he writes. Well, he hasn't written anything yet. But it's hard to conceive that he will be able to definitively prove that Beza merely misread his notes. The more obvious conclusion is that he had what he said he had, a handwritten Greek codex that had hosomonos. Beza's reading at Revelation 16:5 came from a manuscript and not bare reasoning. The burden is on James White. First, he persists in saying my translation is wrong. So this is what James White was saying, that no, Jeff Riddle's wrong. It's just amazing. Like fighting all the way. No, they're just slapping any information. James White, here, look, slap it down, and then later on probably go, oh yeah, well it's true. He should provide his own translation of the Latin sentence he quotes in his book to show that my translation supported by Crans of Beza is wrong. So, Jeff Riddle knows his Latin. Apparently he minored or majored in Latin or something like that. I can't remember which it was. Second, he should concede that it is by no means fantastical to conceive the possibility that Beza had a Greek manuscript, which reflected the reading he adopted at Revelation 16:5, and that this might have been lost. To deny the latter would be grossly inconsistent, given the fact that James White makes much of Erasmus's supposedly faulty use of 2:8:14 for the reading of Revelation, which according to Kranz was lost for a long time and was only recovered in the middle of the 19th century by Franz Delitzsch, beyond what is written, page 54. Clearly, manuscripts used by the likes of Erasmus could be lost and might be recovered. Kranz, for example, is much more judicious than James White, and rightly so when he makes his argument. For example, at the close of his discussion on Erasmus's text of Revelation, he says the following: in conclusion, Erasmus treats the text of the book of Revelation in a special way, at times providing Greek readings from which no manuscript sources is known. The sentence reflects proper humility and circumspection. No manuscript sources may be known, but that does not mean that they did not exist when they were available to Erasmus in some form. Third, James White fails to acknowledge that one of the central themes in Kranz's book, although Erasmus and Beza offer many conjectures of both types, as previously described, in their various writings, notes, and annotations, when it came to their printed text of the New Testament, they were exceedingly careful and conservative in their transmission of the Greek text. Kranz concluded his general introduction in these words: it should finally be noted that most conjectures discussed in this study were never printed as part of the Greek New Testament. They have their Stitz im Leben in annotations and commentaries. Indeed, a recurrent theme of this study is the tendency of Erasmus and Beza to propose conjectures without actually implementing them. Regarding Erasmus's Greek text, Kranz observes, Erasmus often insisted on both points: the subservient place of his translation vis-a-vis the ecclesiastical text and his unwillingness to print a Greek text that differs from his manuscripts. Kranz's point: Erasmus had a high view of the Greek text and did not want to provide readings in his Greek text that were not based on extant Greek manuscripts. Kranz then provides several quotes from Erasmus's correspondence with Edward Lee on this point. See note 32 and 20, including, I only offer what I find in Greek manuscripts, and beside, we have not taken up the task of correcting Greek manuscripts, but of rendering faithfully what would be in them. In Kranz's conclusion to his study of Erasmus, chapter 7, he returns to this key theme of his work, noting the place or even Sitzenleben of most conjectures is in the annotations, not in the printed Latin text. He adds, the real conjectures are found somewhat hidden in a wealth of text critical commentary, philological, semantic, and grammatical remarks, exegetical information, and in fact all kinds of contemporary reflections and polemics that their versatile author was capable of producing. that flies in the face of the Joe Biden type of thing. But these guys will say one thing and then they'll say the exact opposite the next time they open their mouth. Later, he even suggested Erasmus was also handicapped by his concept that the Graeca Veritas, which he at least initially sought one-sidedly in the Byzantine Greek text. Of course, what Kranz sees as a handicap, we see as an advantage. So he's saying, Erasmus was bent towards the Byzantine text and, didn't accept the readings of Vaticanism. So James White clearly does not acknowledge the central theme in Kranz's study, since it does not support his attack on the TR by way of attacking the scholarship of Erasmus, including thoughts. These responses, of course, only touch the surface. Much more could be said. Attacks on Erasmus have been taken up by many since the 19th century in their zeal to unseat the dominance of the TR. Although the providence of God, in the providence of God, Erasmus was used to bring the traditional text into print for the first time in 1516. The TR does not depend solely upon him for his erudition, nor does it depend on his theological orthodoxy. His theology of Scripture, or his view of the canon, including the canonicity of Revelation. The text printed by Erasmus was studied, in some cases improved, and in others simply affirmed by and published by sound Protestant and Reform men like Stephanus and Beza, till by 1633 it could be called by the Elzevirs the Textus Receptus. It was the basis of the Protestant Bible translations of the Reformation and post-Reformation period, as well as the proof text of the Protestant and Reformed confessions of faith. It remains formidable to this day despite its critics past and present. For those interested, look at Erasmus Anecdotes. It's a very good one to read. And so in a footnote in this article, I note further work needs to be done on Erasmus Anecdotes or Scholarly Legends. The article surveyed 2 such frequently shared anecdotes. So it goes on to other things. But you can clearly see, now there's a bunch of comments here. Yeah, so you can clearly see that Jeff Riddle is just pointing out the inconsistency in using crayons. I mean, crayons is more in the school of Parker, Ehrman, and these guys, that they're not interested in creating or restoring the original. They don't think you can. And so A. Hannah is in the house and says, sounds like a conjecture of a supposed conjecture, the cubic conjecture error. Yeah, it's a bit like that. I think people are using the word conjecture, but they're not understanding exactly what it means. So, but TurretinFan is, he's saying this. I explained this slightly in my book when I was talking about conjectures. Hopefully the issue with James White didn't cloud what I said there, because I laid it out pretty clearly that there is conjecture from reasoning and conjecture from manuscripts. But here we clearly have not only conjecture from reasoning, but a conjecture from manuscript. So it's pretty clear.
Taken from Jan Kranz's Beyond What Is Written. So I'm kind of accusing Beza of conjecture here, but Beza wouldn't like that. I can be sure that he wouldn't like that. Let's see if I can share my screen. Beza and conjectures. Ta-da. All right, so let's zoom this in to fit. So, Beza and conjectures, selections from Jan Kranz's Beyond What Is Written. So at page 193, he quotes Beza, who says, "To me, it has always been a matter of utmost scrupulousness not to change even a tittle in these holy books out of mere conjecture." And there's the Latin that Jan Kranz is basing that on. And it's an annotation on Revelation 18:14 from the 4th edition. That's the 1589. That's the 4th edition per Jan Kranz. So you might be surprised to find Jan Kranz a few pages later saying this. His textual criticism, speaking of Beza, in general, notably the use he made of Greek readings transmitted by Robert Stephanus and of the famous Codex Bezae, will be discussed in chapter 9. Beza's numerous conjectures themselves will be the subjects of chapters 10 and 11. Chapter 12 will then draw some conclusions with respect to Beza's view of biblical text and the role of conjectural emendation in his textual.
So what TurretinFan is not understanding is most of these conjectures are not in the text at all. So, and any conjecture, if you have a conjecture from a manuscript, that's a conjecture. So there's difference. There's difference between an emendation from reasoning and an emendation from evidence. But also, the vast majority of these conjectures are spoken about, and they're just talked about in the annotations.
Now, keep in mind, Beza doesn't.
So this whole argument is going to enter into Jan Kranz, and so if you want to see examples of where Jan Kranz is completely biased, all you have to do is go to my article on the last 6 verses of Revelation. If you type in Olim, you can see it clearly has the Olim here. So this is in the response to Lee, okay? let's go down. Jan Kranz, he offers this translation. It's different from Erika Rummel. So we look at the Latin in Kranz's book. It has that. So Jan Kranz has this. Its author has long since been unknown. So he's saying that this is in Revelation chapter 22, what Erasmus was talking about. The author has long since been unknown. So he didn't believe that it was John. Okay. But Erika Rummel says the authorship was once uncertain. So that's a big difference. If you think, well, the authorship of Revelation, people didn't know who wrote it. The Greeks doubted it, which is historically known. That's way different to Erasmus doubting that John wrote it. And so we see that Kranz says another clear description of the process can be found in Erasmus's reaction to Lee's criticisms. So anyway, I go down here and talk about Olam. Okay, so he has the footnote. I would prefer. So he has translation Erika Rummel instead of the author. So this is before he wrote the book, or before he did his own translation, I think. Instead of the authorship was once uncertain, I would prefer with another nuance of Olam. The authorship has long since been uncertain. So this is what he wrote in his article, Erasmus and the Text of Revelation 22:19. So he hadn't written the book Beyond What Is Written yet. But in Beyond What Is Written, he actually did change this from Erika Rummel's reading, as you can tell. So what does Olam mean? Just a basic, bog standard Latin dictionary. Olam, at that time, some time ago, once upon a time, once, formerly, of old. So you can see it's not talking about Erasmus, talking about him right there and then. He's talking about, it was once uncertain, not it is uncertain to me. So this is a huge problem where Jan Kranz is translating things against Erika Rummel. And so these two readings are translations of the same Latin, but Kranz says its author has long since been unknown. For a long time, no one's known who wrote the book of Revelation. Where Erika Rummel is way more faithful and has the authorship was once uncertain, translating the Olam correctly. So this is just one example of Jan Kranz being completely biased. And he's also got complete articles on, if you go to Textus Receptus, Jan Kranz, why the Textus Receptus cannot be accepted. And he has this article on why you shouldn't trust the Textus Receptus. I think I did a whole program on this. But it's like, you start hanging around these guys. I mean, Tommy Wasserman, who basically runs this, he's here. He doesn't believe in a literal hell, I found that on the Bart Ehrman blog. I was, reading through Bart Ehrman's material. I'm like, Tommy Wasserman doesn't believe in a literal hell. That's amazing. So, but anyway, I think I'm going to finish this video here, and we're going to continue on another time. Thanks, A. Hannah, for joining us and having the conjecture. Thanks for amending your conjecture there. We are at the 16-minute 51 second part of part 21. As you can see, I start getting dyslexic at the end of the day. So 16:51, part 21. So we still have a good 3 hours to go on this. And, this should be pretty interesting because he's diving into Jan Kranz, but we're going to see basically Jan Kranz is filled with errors, but just more complicated errors. You just sort of left there going, do I really have to prove this point? And so you have to do it in a more fancy way. Where someone like James White, you just read it and go, that's wrong. You usually just instinctively know that it's just filled with error. But Jan Kranz, it's more scholarly error. And so, but I've gone through enough of Bart Ehrman's material and even Young Kranz's material to show the errors. But it is quite amazing. This is part of Bart Ehrman's series. I mean, do you get Young Kranz coming out and saying Bart Ehrman's a heretic or anything? You'd never get that, because these guys love each other. They're in the same. They got the same job. They're patting each other on the back. They got the government type job sort of thing, as if they're going to bite the hand that feeds. And so then you won't find Kranz turning around and saying, he'd do an article against the Textus Receptus, but you wouldn't find him just turning around and saying, I think Bart Ehrman is a charlatan. I think he's a heretic. I think he needs to repent. And, does he even believe in any of that? So Tommy Wasserman would be like, well, Bart Ehrman's going to hell, but there's no fire there, So, when you start jumping into these guys and, Tommy Wasserman, if you watch the video on Jennifer Knust that I did, he wrote a book with Jennifer Knust about the Precabate Ultra. And James White said that book is the go-to book. And here he is on his program wondering why is this generation going with the LGBTQ community and he's promoting Jennifer Knust in textual criticism. He's promoting Jan Kranz. To me, it's amazing, and it's like even Jeff Riddle just pointing out the inconsistency in this. But so we see TurretinFan is going to this because James White said to go there. But hopefully, prayerfully, TurretinFan's mind won't swallow half of this rubbish that Kranz. Hopefully, he'll start to see through this stuff and start to go, is that what these guys actually believe? That's off the wall, and start rejecting some of this stuff. Hopefully, So anyway, God bless you guys. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time.